Chapter 1. The Dead Emperor. The year is 180 AD. As another long and difficult winter draws to a close on the northern frontier, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius lies dying in bed at his military camp in Vindobona, modern-day Vienna. 6 days ago he was stricken with a fever, and the symptoms have been worsening rapidly. It's clear to his physicians that he's finally about to succumb to the great Antonine plague, probably a strain of smallpox, which has been ravaging the empire for the past 14 years. Marcus is nearly 60 and physically frail, and all the signs show he's unlikely to recover. However, to the physicians and courtiers present, he seems strangely calm, almost indifferent. He has been preparing for this moment most of his life. The Stoic philosophy he follows has taught him to practice contemplating his own mortality calmly and rationally. To learn how to die, according to the Stoics, is to unlearn how to be a slave. This philosophical attitude towards death didn't come naturally to Marcus. His father passed away when Marcus was only a few years old, leaving him a solemn child. When he reached 17, he was adopted by the Emperor Antoninus Pius as part of a long-term succession plan devised by his predecessor Hadrian, who had foreseen the potential for wisdom and greatness in Marcus, even as a small boy. Nevertheless, he had been most reluctant to leave his mother's home for the imperial palace. Antoninus summoned the finest teachers of rhetoric and philosophy to train Marcus in preparation for succeeding him as emperor. Among his tutors were experts on Platonism and Aristotelianism, but his main philosophical education was in Stoicism. These men became like family to him. When one of his most beloved tutors died, it's said that Marcus wept so violently that the palace servants tried to restrain him. They were worried that people would find his behaviour unbecoming of a future ruler. However, Antoninus told them to leave Marcus alone. Let him be only a man for once, for neither philosophy nor empire takes away natural feeling. Years later, after having lost several young children, Marcus was once again moved to tears in public while presiding over a legal case when he heard an advocate say in the course of his argument, "Blessed are they who died in the plague." Marcus was a naturally loving and affectionate man, deeply affected by loss. Over the course of his life, he increasingly turned to the ancient precepts of Stoicism as a way of coping when those closest to him were taken. Now, as he lies dying, he reflects once again on those he has lost. A few years earlier, the Empress Faustina, his wife of 35 years, passed away. He lived long enough to see 8 of their 13 children die. 4 of his 8 daughters survived, but only 1 of his 5 sons. Commodus. Death was everywhere, though. During Marcus's reign, millions of Romans throughout the empire had been killed by war or disease. The two went hand in hand, as the legionary camps were particularly vulnerable to outbreaks of plague, especially during the long winter months. The air around him is still thick with the sweet smell of frankincense, which the Romans vainly hoped might help prevent the spread of the disease. For over a decade now, the scent of smoke and incense had been a reminder to Marcus that he was living under the shadow of death, and that survival from one day to the next should never be taken for granted. Infection with the plague wasn't always fatal. However, Marcus's celebrated court physician Galen had observed that victims inevitably die when their feces turn black, a sign of intestinal bleeding. Perhaps that's how Marcus's doctors know he's dying. Or maybe they just realise how frail he's become with age. Throughout his adult life, he had been prone to chronic chest and stomach pains and bouts of illness. His appetite had always been poor. Now he voluntarily rejects food and drink to hasten his own demise. Socrates used to say that death is like some prankster in a scary mask, dressed as a bogeyman to frighten small children. The wise man carefully removes the mask and, looking behind it, he finds nothing worth fearing. Because of this lifelong preparation, now that his death finally draws near, Marcus is no more afraid of it than when it seemed far away. He therefore asks his physicians to describe patiently and in detail what's happening inside his body, so that he may contemplate his own symptoms with the studied indifference of a natural philosopher. His voice is weak, and the sores in his mouth and throat make it difficult for him to speak. Before long he grows tired and gestures for them to leave, wishing to continue his meditations in private. Alone in his room, as he listens to the sound of his own wheezing, he doesn't feel much like an emperor anymore, just a feeble old man, sick and dying. He turns his head to one side and catches a glimpse of his reflection on the polished surface of the goddess Fortuna's golden statuette by his bedside. His Stoic tutors advised him to practice a mental exercise when he noticed his own image. It's a way of building emotional resilience by training yourself to come to terms with your own mortality. Focusing his eyes weakly on his reflection, he tries to imagine one of the long-dead Roman emperors who preceded him gazing back. First he pictures Antoninus, his adoptive father, and then his adoptive grandfather, the Emperor Hadrian. He even imagines his reflection slowly assuming the features depicted in paintings and sculptures of Augustus, who founded the empire 2 centuries earlier. As he does so, Marcus silently asks himself, "Where are they now?" and whispers the answer, "Nowhere," or at least nowhere of which we can speak. He continues to meditate patiently, albeit drowsily, on the mortality of the emperors who preceded him. There's nothing left of any of them now but bones and dust. Their once illustrious lives have gradually become insignificant to subsequent generations, who have already half forgotten them. Even their names sound old, evoking memories of another era. As a boy, the Emperor Hadrian had befriended Marcus, and the two used to go boar hunting together. Now there are young officers under Marcus's command, for whom Hadrian is just a name in the history books. His real, living body, long ago replaced by lifeless portraits and statues. Antoninus, Hadrian, Augustus, all equally dead and gone. Everyone from Alexander the Great, right down to his lowly mule driver, ends up lying under the same ground. King and pauper alike, the same fate ultimately awaits everyone. This train of thought is rudely interrupted by a bout of coughing that brings up blood and tissue from the ulceration at the back of his throat. The pain and discomfort of his fever vie for his attention, but Marcus turns this into another part of the meditation. He tells himself that he's just another one of these dead men. Soon he'll be nothing more than a name alongside theirs in the history books, and one day, even his name will be forgotten. This is how he contemplates his own mortality, using one of the many centuries-old Stoic exercises learned in his youth. Once we truly accept our own demise as an inescapable fact of life, it makes no more sense for us to wish for immortality than to long for bodies as hard as diamonds, or to be able to soar on the wings of a bird. As long as we can grasp the truth firmly enough that certain misfortunes are inevitable, we no longer feel the need to worry about them, nor do we yearn for things that we accept are impossible, as long as we can see with crystal clarity that it is futile to do so. As death is among the most certain things in life, to a man of wisdom, it should be among the least feared. Although Marcus first began training in philosophy when he was just a boy of about 12, his practice intensified in his mid-20s when he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to becoming a Stoic. Since then, he has rehearsed his Stoic exercises daily, trained his mind and body to obey reason, and progressively transformed himself, both as a man and a ruler, into something approaching the Stoic ideal. He has tried to develop his own wisdom and resilience systematically, modelling himself after the philosophers who shared their teachings with him, and the other great men who won his admiration, foremost among them, Antoninus. He studied the way they met different forms of adversity, with calm dignity. He carefully observed how they lived in accord with reason, and exhibited the cardinal virtues of wisdom, justice, fortitude, and temperance. They felt the pain of loss, but did not succumb to it. Marcus has been bereaved so many times, has practiced his response to it so often, that he no longer weeps uncontrollably. He no longer cries, "Why?" and "How could this happen?" or even entertains such thoughts, He has firmly grasped the truth that death is both a natural and inevitable part of life. Now that his time has come, he welcomes it with a philosophical attitude. You might even say that he has learned to befriend death. He still sheds tears and mourns losses, but as the wise man does, he no longer adds to his natural grief by complaining and shaking his fist at the universe. Since completing his journal of reflections on philosophy several years earlier, Marcus has been passing through the final stage of a lifelong spiritual journey. Now lying in pain and discomfort, nearing the end, he gently reminds himself that he has already died many times along the way. First of all, Marcus the child died as he entered the imperial palace as heir to the throne, assuming the title Caesar after Hadrian passed away. After Antoninus passed away, Marcus the young Caesar had to die when he took his place as Emperor of Rome. Leaving Rome behind to take command of the northern legions during the Marcomannic Wars signalled another death, a transition to a life of warfare and a sojourn in a foreign land. Now as an old man, he faces his death not for the first time, but for the last. From the moment we're born, we're constantly dying, not only with each stage of life, but also one day at a time. Our bodies are no longer the ones to which our mothers gave birth, as Marcus put it. Nobody is the same person he was yesterday. Realizing this makes it easier to let go. We can no more hold on to life than grasp the waters of a rushing stream. Now Marcus is growing drowsy and on the verge of drifting off, but he rouses himself with some effort and sits up in his bed. He has unfinished business to attend to. He orders the guards to send in the members of his family and his inner circle of courtiers, the friends of the emperor, who have been summoned to his camp. Though he appears frail and has suffered from illness throughout his life, Marcus is famously resilient. He has seemed on the verge of dying before, but this time the physicians have confirmed to him that he is unlikely to survive. Everyone senses that the end is near. He bids farewell to his beloved friends, his sons-in-law, and his 4 remaining daughters. He would have kissed each one of them, but the plague forces them to keep their distance. His son-in-law Pompeianus, his right-hand man and senior general during the Marcomannic Wars, is there as always. His lifelong friend, Aufidius Victorinus, another one of his generals, is also present, as are Bruttius Praesens, the father-in-law of Commodus, and another of his sons-in-law, Gnaeus Claudius Severus, a close friend and fellow philosopher. They gather solemn-faced around his bed. Marcus stresses to them that they must take good care of Commodus, his only surviving son, who has ruled by his side as his junior co-emperor for the past 3 years. He has appointed the best teachers available for him, but their influence is waning. Commodus became emperor when he was only 16. Marcus had to wait until he was 40. Young rulers, such as the Emperor Nero, tend to be easily corrupted, and Marcus can see that his son is already falling in with bad company. He asks his friends, especially Pompeianus, to do him the honour of ensuring that Commodus's moral education continues as if he were their own son. Marcus appointed Commodus his official heir, granting him the title Caesar when he was just 5 years old. Commodus's younger brother, Marcus Annius Verus, was also named Caesar, but he died shortly thereafter. Marcus had hoped that the 2 boys would rule jointly one day. Any succession plan Marcus agreed with the Senate were always going to be precarious. However, at the height of the plague, as the First Marcomannic War broke out, it was necessary for Rome's stability to have a designated heir in case a usurper tried to seize the throne. During a previous bout of illness 5 years earlier, rumours spread that Marcus had already passed away. His most powerful general in the eastern provinces, Avidius Cassius, was acclaimed emperor by the Egyptian legion, triggering a short-lived civil war. Marcus immediately had Commodus rushed from Rome to the northern frontier to assume the toga virilis, marking his official passage to adulthood. After the rebellion was put down, Marcus continued to accelerate the process of appointing Commodus emperor. If Marcus had died without an heir, another civil war would probably have ensued. Likewise, replacing Commodus with a substitute ruler at this stage would leave the whole empire vulnerable. The northern tribes might seize the opportunity to renew their attacks, and another invasion could mean the end of Rome. Marcus's best hope now would be that Commodus might follow the guidance of his trusted teachers and advisers. He is being swayed, however, by various hangers-on who constantly plead with him to return to Rome. As long as he remains with the army under the watchful eye of his brother-in-law Pompeianus, there's still hope that Commodus may learn to rule with wisdom. Unlike his father, though, he shows no interest in philosophy. In the middle of their conversation, Marcus suddenly slumps forward and loses consciousness. Some of his friends are alarmed and start to weep uncontrollably because they assume he is slipping away. The physicians manage to rouse him. When Marcus sees the faces of his grieving companions, rather than fearing his own death, his attention turns to theirs. He watches them weeping for him just as he had wept for his wife and children, and so many lost friends and teachers over the years. Now that he is the one dying, though, their tears seem unnecessary. It feels pointless to lament over something inevitable and beyond anyone's control. It's more important to him that they calmly and prudently arrange the transition to Commodus's reign. Though Marcus is barely conscious, things somehow seem clearer than ever before. He wants those gathered to remember their own mortality, to accept its implications, grasp its significance, and live wisely. So he whispers, "Why do you weep for me instead of thinking about the plague, and about death as the common lot of us all?" The room falls silent as his gentle admonition sinks in. Marcus smiles and gestures weakly, giving them permission to leave. His parting words are, "If you now grant me leave to go, then I will bid you farewell and pass on ahead of you." As the news of his condition spreads through the camp, the soldiers grieve loudly, because they love him much more than they care for his son Commodus. The following day, Marcus awakens early, feeling extremely frail and weary. His fever is worse. Realizing that these are his last hours, he summons Commodus. The series of wars against hostile Germanic and Sarmatian tribes that Marcus has been fighting for over a decade now is already in its final stages. He urges his son to bring them to a satisfactory conclusion by assuming personal command of the army, pursuing the remaining enemy tribes until they surrender, and overseeing the complex peace negotiations currently underway. Marcus warns Commodus that if he doesn't remain at the front, the Senate may view it as a betrayal after so much has been invested in the long wars and so many lives have been lost in battle. However, unlike his father, Commodus is scared witless of dying. Gazing upon Marcus's withered body, rather than being inspired to follow his father's virtuous example, he feels repulsed and afraid. He complains that he risks contracting the plague by remaining among the legions in the north, and that he yearns more than anything to return to the safety of Rome. Marcus assures him that soon enough, as sole emperor, he may do as he wishes, but he orders Commodus to wait just a few days longer before leaving. Then, sensing the hour of his death looming, Marcus commands the soldiers to take Commodus into their protection, so that the youth cannot be accused of having murdered his father. Marcus can only hope now that his generals will talk Commodus out of his reckless desire to abandon the northern frontier. Marcus wrote that nobody is so fortunate as not to have one or two individuals standing by his deathbed who will welcome his demise. He says that in his own case, as emperor, he can think of hundreds who hold values at odds with his own and would be only too glad to see him gone. They do not share his love of wisdom and virtue, and they sneer at his vision of an empire that makes the freedom of its citizens its highest goal. Nevertheless, philosophy has taught him to be grateful for life, and yet unafraid of dying, like a ripened olive falling from its branch, thanking both the tree for giving it life and the earth below for receiving its seed as it falls. For the Stoics, death is just such a natural transformation, returning our body to the same source from which we came. At Marcus's funeral, therefore, the people will not say that he has been lost, but that he has been returned to the gods and to nature. Perhaps his friends voiced this sentiment in their eulogies because it sounds like a reference to the Stoic teachings Marcus held dear. Never say that anything has been lost, they tell us, only that it has been returned to nature. Commodus, unfortunately, surrounds himself with sycophants who constantly plead with him to return home, where they can enjoy greater luxury. "Why do you continue to drink this frigid mud, Lord Caesar, when we could be back at Rome drinking pure waters, running hot and cold?" Only Pompeianus, the oldest among his advisers, confronts him, warning him that to leave the war unfinished would be both disgraceful and dangerous. Like Marcus, Pompeianus believes the enemy will view it as a cowardly retreat and gain confidence for future uprisings. The Senate will view it as incompetence. Commodus is persuaded for a short while, but eventually the lure of Rome is too great. He gives Pompeianus the excuse that he must return there in case a usurper suddenly appears, plotting an uprising in his absence. After Marcus is gone, Commodus will hastily conclude the war by paying huge bribes to the leaders of hostile Germanic and Sarmatian tribes. Fleeing from the army camps will undermine at one fell swoop whatever credibility he had with the troops, who were so steadfastly loyal to his father. Instead, he must turn to the populace of Rome for support, resorting to expensive crowd-pleasing gestures to win popularity and increasingly behaving like a celebrity rather than a wise and benevolent ruler. The Stoics observe that often those who are most desperate to flee death find themselves rushing into its arms, and that seems eminently true of Commodus. Marcus lived to 58, despite his frailty and illness and the harsh conditions he endured in command of the northern legions. By contrast, Commodus is destined to spiral into paranoia and violence following repeated assassination attempts. His enemies in Rome will eventually succeed in murdering him when he is still only 31 years old. "No number of bodyguards," as Marcus once said, "is enough to shield a ruler who does not possess the goodwill of his subjects." The successor chosen by an emperor is an important part of his legacy. However, the Stoics taught that we can't control the actions of others, and that even supremely wise teachers, such as Socrates, have wayward children and students. When Stilpo, a philosopher of the Megarian school, one of the predecessors of Stoicism, was criticized over the disreputable character of his daughter, he reputedly said that her actions no more brought dishonor on him than his own brought honor to her. As things turned out, Marcus's real legacy would not be Commodus, but the inspiration that his own character and philosophy provided for generations to come. Like all Stoics, Marcus firmly believed that virtue must be its own reward. He was also content to accept that events in life, let alone after death, are never entirely up to us. Nevertheless, the Stoics taught that the wise man is naturally inclined to write books that help other people. Sometime during his first campaign on the northern frontier, Marcus, separated from his beloved friends and teachers back in Rome, started writing down his personal reflections on philosophy as a series of short notes and maxims. He probably began not long after the death of his main Stoic tutor, Junius Rusticus. Perhaps he wrote as a way to cope with this blow, becoming his own teacher as a substitute for conversations with Rusticus. These collected reflections are known today as the Meditations. How the text survived is a mystery. It may have fallen into Commodus's possession unless Marcus bequeathed it to someone else. Perhaps it changed hands at the final meeting with his courtiers. Disappointed by the feckless character of his son, the dying emperor would at least know that one of his trusted friends was already safeguarding the Meditations, his true gift to subsequent generations. As soon as Commodus has gone, Marcus beckons the young officer of the night watch to lean in close and whispers something hoarsely in his ear. Then he wearily covers his head with a sheet and lapses into sleep, passing away quietly during the 7th night of his illness. In the morning, his physicians pronounce the emperor dead, and the camp is thrown into a state of anguished confusion. As news quickly reaches them, the soldiers and the people fill the streets weeping. According to Herodian, a Roman historian who witnessed firsthand the reign of Commodus, the whole empire cried out, as if in a single chorus, when word spread of Marcus's death. They grieved for the loss of him as their kind father, noble emperor, brave general, and wise, moderate ruler, and in Herodian's opinion, every man spoke the truth. As the hubbub outside grows louder, the nervous guards ask their tribune, "What did he say?" The officer looks like he's about to speak, but then pauses for a moment. He furrows his brow in puzzlement as he relays the dead emperor's message. "Go to the rising sun," he said, "for I am already setting." The story of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius was the last famous Stoic of the ancient world. However, the story of Stoicism began almost 500 years prior to his death, with a shipwreck. A wealthy young Phoenician merchant from the island of Cyprus, named Zeno of Citium, was transporting his cargo of purple dye across the Mediterranean. Many thousands of fermented shellfish had to be painstakingly dissected by hand to extract just a few grams of this priceless commodity known as imperial or royal purple because it was used to dye the robes of emperors and kings. The ship was caught in a violent storm. Zeno narrowly escaped with his life and washed ashore at the Greek port of Piraeus. He watched helplessly from the beach as his priceless cargo sank beneath the waves and dissolved back into the ocean from which it came. According to one story, Zeno lost everything in this shipwreck. Devastated, he found himself living as a beggar after making his way to nearby Athens, a penniless immigrant in a foreign city. Searching for guidance about the best way to live, he trudged for miles to the Oracle of Delphi, where the god Apollo, speaking through his priestess, announced that Zeno should take on the colour not of dead shellfish, but of dead men. He must have been fairly bemused by this cryptic advice. Feeling completely at a loss, Zeno made his way back to Athens and collapsed in a heap at a bookseller's stall. There he started reading what, by chance, turned out to be a series of anecdotes about Socrates, written by Xenophon, one of his most distinguished students. The words Zeno read struck him like a thunderbolt and completely transformed his life. Greek aristocrats traditionally believed that virtue was associated with noble birth. Socrates, however, argued that classical virtues like justice, courage, and temperance were all just forms of moral wisdom, which could potentially be learned by anyone. He taught Xenophon that people should train themselves to acquire wisdom and virtue through self-discipline. After Socrates was executed, Xenophon faithfully wrote down many recollections of Socrates' conversations about philosophy. Perhaps it was at this moment that Zeno suddenly realized what the oracle meant. He was to take on the colour of dead men by thoroughly absorbing the teachings of wise men from previous generations, teachings such as the very philosophical doctrines he was now reading in Xenophon's Memorabilia of Socrates. Zeno dropped the book, jumped to his feet, and excitedly asked the bookseller, "Where can I find a man like this today?" It so happened that a famous Cynic philosopher called Crates of Thebes was passing by at that very moment, and the bookseller pointed him out, saying, "Follow yonder man." Sure enough, Zeno became Crates' follower, training in the Cynic philosophy founded by Diogenes of Sinope. Stoicism therefore evolved out of Cynicism, and the two traditions remain very closely associated right down to the time of Marcus Aurelius. When we speak of cynicism with a lowercase c today, we mean something like an attitude of negativity and distrust, but that's only very tenuously related to the meaning of capital C cynicism. The ancient philosophy of cynicism focused on cultivating virtue and strength of character through rigorous training that consisted of enduring various forms of voluntary hardship. It was an austere and self-disciplined way of life. Zeno's followers would later call it a shortcut to virtue. Nevertheless, he wasn't completely satisfied with the Cynic philosophy and apparently found its doctrines lacking in intellectual rigour. He therefore went on to study in the academic and Megarian schools of philosophy, founded by Plato and Euclid of Megara respectively, two of Socrates' most famous students. All of these schools focused on different aspects of philosophy. The Cynics on virtue and self-discipline, the Megarians on logic, and the academics on metaphysical theories about the underlying nature of reality. Zeno appears to have been trying to synthesize the best aspects of different Athenian philosophical traditions. However, the Cynic and academic schools were often seen as representing fundamentally different assumptions about what it means to be a philosopher. The Cynics sneered at the pretentious and bookish nature of Plato's academy. The academics, in turn, thought the doctrines of the Cynics were crude and too extreme. Plato reputedly called Diogenes Socrates gone mad. Zeno must have seen his own position as a compromise. His followers believed that studying philosophical theory or subjects like logic and cosmology can be good insofar as it makes us more virtuous and improves our character. However, it can also be a bad thing if it becomes so pedantic or overly academic that it diverts us from the pursuit of virtue. Marcus learned the same attitude from his Stoic teachers. He repeatedly warned himself not to become distracted by reading too many books, thus wasting time on trifling issues in logic and metaphysics, but instead to remain focused on the practical goal of living wisely. After studying philosophy in Athens for about 2 decades, Zeno founded his own school in a public building overlooking the Agora, known as the Stoa Poikile, or painted porch, where he used to vigorously pace up and down as he discoursed on philosophy. The students who gathered there were originally known as Zenonians, but later called themselves Stoics after the Stoa or porch. It's possible the name Stoic also hints at the practical, down-to-earth nature of the philosophy. It arose on the streets of Athens, out in public, near the marketplace where Socrates once spent his time discussing wisdom and virtue. The name change from Zenonians to Stoics is significant because, unlike other philosophical sects, the founders of Stoicism didn't claim to be perfectly wise. Zeno's attitude to his students perhaps resembled the one later described by Seneca, who did not claim to be an expert like a physician, but saw his role more like that of a patient, describing the progress of his treatment to fellow patients in the hospital beds beside him. This stood in marked contrast to the rival school of Epicureanism, for example, which was named after its founder. Epicurus did claim to be perfectly wise, and the students were required to memorize his sayings, celebrate his birthday, and revere his image. Zeno told his students that he had come to value wisdom more than wealth or reputation. He used to say, "My most profitable journey began on the day I was shipwrecked and lost my entire fortune." Even today, it's not unusual for a client in therapy to arrive at the paradoxical revelation that losing their job may turn out to be the best thing that ever happened to them. Zeno learned to embrace the Cynic teaching that wealth and other external things are completely indifferent and that virtue is the true goal in life. In plain English, what the Cynics meant was that our character is the only thing that ultimately matters, and that wisdom consists in learning to view everything else in life as utterly worthless by comparison. They believed that mastering this attitude required lifelong moral and psychological training in the voluntary endurance of hardship and renunciation of certain desires. However, in contrast to the Cynics, other philosophers argued that external goods such as health, wealth, and reputation were also required for a good life, in addition to virtue. The problem is that these external things are partly in the hands of fate, which seems to make a good life unattainable for many individuals. Socrates, for instance, was notoriously ugly by Athenian standards, lived in relative poverty, and died persecuted by powerful enemies. Would his life have been better, though, if he'd been handsome, wealthy, and praised by everyone? Didn't his greatness consist precisely in the wisdom and strength of character with which he handled these obstacles in life? As we'll see, Zeno's innovation was to argue that external advantages do have some value, but of a completely different sort than virtue. They're not always completely indifferent. For Stoics, virtue is still the only true good. The Cynics were right about that, but it's also natural to prefer health to sickness, wealth to poverty, friends to enemies, and so on, within reasonable bounds. External advantages, such as wealth, may create more opportunities, but in themselves, they simply don't have the kind of value that can ever define a good life. Zeno was profoundly inspired by his early training in cynicism. Nevertheless, he sought to moderate and broaden its teachings by combining them with the elements from the other schools of Athenian philosophy. His wide-ranging studies had convinced him that intellectual disciplines such as logic and metaphysics could potentially contribute to the development of our moral character. Zeno therefore established a curriculum for Stoicism divided into 3 broad topics: ethics, logic, and physics, which included metaphysics and theology. The Stoic school he founded had a series of leaders, or scholarchs, and a set of characteristic core doctrines, but students were also encouraged to think for themselves. After Zeno died, Cleanthes, one of his students, who had formerly been a boxer and watered gardens at night to earn a living, became head of the Stoic school. He was followed by Chrysippus, one of the most acclaimed intellectuals of the ancient world. Between them, these 3 developed the original doctrines of the Stoic school. The teachings of Zeno and Cleanthes were simple, practical, and concise. True to his Cynic roots, Zeno focused on improving the character of his young students while avoiding long-winded academic debates. When someone complained that his philosophical arguments were very abrupt, Zeno agreed and replied that if he could, he'd abbreviate the syllables as well. However, Chrysippus was a prolific writer and developed many arguments. We are told he wrote over 700 books. By his time, it had become necessary to defend Stoicism against philosophical criticisms levelled by other schools, especially the emerging academic skeptics, and that required formulating increasingly sophisticated arguments. On the other hand, Cleanthes, the teacher of Chrysippus, was not a great intellectual. According to legend, Chrysippus often said that it would be better if Cleanthes just cut to the chase and taught him the conclusions of the Stoic school, so he could figure out better supporting arguments himself. Today, many students of Stoicism adopt a similar attitude. They're attracted to the Stoic worldview, but prefer to update it by drawing upon a wider range of arguments from modern science and philosophy. Stoicism was never intended to be doctrinaire. Chrysippus disagreed with Zeno and Cleanthes in many regards, which allowed Stoicism to keep evolving. The original Stoic school survived for a couple of centuries before apparently fragmenting into 3 different branches, according to one author. We're not sure why. Fortunately, by that time the Romans of the Republic had started to embrace Greek philosophy and felt a particular affinity for Stoicism. The celebrated Roman general who destroyed Carthage, Scipio Africanus the Younger, became a student of the last scholarch of the Stoic school at Athens, Panaetius of Rhodes. In the 2nd century BC, Scipio gathered around himself a group of intellectuals at Rome, known as the Scipionic Circle, which included his close friend Laelius the Wise, another influential Roman Stoic. The famous Roman statesman and orator Cicero, who lived a couple of generations later, is one of our most important sources for understanding Stoicism. Although he was a follower of the Platonic Academy, Cicero, nevertheless, knew a great deal about Stoic philosophy and wrote extensively on the subject. On the other hand, his friend and political rival, Cato of Utica, was a complete Stoic, as Cicero puts it, a living example of Stoicism, but he didn't leave any writings about philosophy. After his death, making a stand against the tyrant Julius Caesar during the Great Roman Civil War, Cato became a hero and an inspiration to later generations of Stoics. Following Caesar's assassination, his great-nephew Octavian became Augustus, the founder of the Roman Empire. Augustus had a famous Stoic tutor called Arrius Didymus, which perhaps set a precedent for the Roman emperors who followed, most notably Marcus, to associate themselves with the philosophy. A few generations after Augustus, the Stoic philosopher Seneca was appointed rhetoric tutor to the young Emperor Nero, later becoming his speechwriter and political advisor, a position that clearly placed a strain on Seneca's Stoic moral values as Nero degenerated into a cruel despot. At the same time, a political faction called the Stoic Opposition, led by a senator called Thrasea, was attempting to take a principled stand against Nero and those subsequent emperors whom they considered tyrants. Marcus would later mention his admiration for Cato, Thrasea, and others associated with them, which is intriguing because these Stoics had been famous opponents, or at least critics, of imperial rule. Emperor Nero, by contrast, was less tolerant of political dissent from philosophers, and he executed both Thrasea and Seneca. However, Nero's secretary owned a slave called Epictetus, who became perhaps the most famous philosophy teacher in Roman history after gaining his freedom. Epictetus himself wrote nothing down, but his discussions with students were recorded by one of them, Arrian, in several books of discourses and a short handbook summarizing the practical aspect of his teachings. The Stoics that Marcus knew personally were probably influenced by Epictetus, and some had likely attended his lectures. Indeed, we're told that Marcus was given copies of notes from these lectures by his main Stoic tutor, Junius Rusticus, so it's no surprise to find that Epictetus is the most quoted author in the Meditations. Marcus probably saw himself mainly as an adherent of Epictetus's version of Stoicism, although the two never met in person. Nearly 5 centuries after Zeno, the dye merchant, founded the Stoic school, Marcus Aurelius was still talking about dyeing things purple. He warns himself to avoid dyeing his character with the royal purple and turning into a Caesar, instead of aspiring to remain true to his philosophical principles. He twice reminds himself that his purple imperial robes are merely sheep's wool dyed in fermented shellfish mucus. He tells himself to dye his mind with the wisdom of philosophical precepts handed down from his Stoic teachers. Marcus Aurelius, indeed, viewed himself as a Stoic first and an emperor second. What did the Stoics believe? The Stoics were prolific writers, but probably less than 1% of their writings survive today. The most influential texts we have today come from 3 famous Roman Stoics of the imperial era: Seneca's various letters and essays, Epictetus's discourses and handbook, and Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. We also have some earlier Roman writings on Stoicism by Cicero, and about a book's worth of fragments from the early Greek Stoics, as well as various other minor texts. That's woefully incomplete, but it does provide a consistent picture of the philosophy's core doctrines. The schools of Hellenistic philosophy that followed the death of Socrates were often distinguished from one another in terms of their definition of the goal of life. For Stoics, that goal is defined as living in agreement with nature, which we're told was synonymous with living wisely and virtuously. Stoics argued that humans are first and foremost thinking creatures, capable of exercising reason. Although we share many instincts with other animals, our ability to think rationally is what makes us human. Reason governs our decisions, in a sense. The Stoics call it our ruling faculty. It allows us to evaluate our thoughts, feelings, and urges, and to decide if they're good or bad, healthy or unhealthy. We therefore have an innate duty to protect our ability to reason and to use it properly. When we reason well about life and live rationally, we exhibit the virtue of wisdom. Living in agreement with nature, in part, means fulfilling our natural potential for wisdom. That's what it means for us to flourish as human beings. The Stoics therefore took the name of philosophy, meaning love of wisdom, quite literally. They loved wisdom, or loved virtue, above everything else. If virtue sounds a bit pompous, the Greek word for it, arete, is arguably better translated as excellence of character. Something excels in this sense if it performs its function well. Humans excel when they think clearly and reason well about their lives, which amounts to living wisely. The Stoics adopted the Socratic division of cardinal virtues into wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. The other three virtues can be understood as wisdom applied to our actions in different areas of life. Justice is largely wisdom applied to the social sphere, our relationships with other people. Displaying courage and moderation involves mastering our fears and desires respectively, overcoming what the Stoics called the unhealthy passions that otherwise interfere with our ability to live in accord with wisdom and justice. Wisdom, in all these forms, mainly requires understanding the difference between good, bad, and indifferent things. Virtue is good and vice is bad, but everything else is indifferent. Indeed, as we've seen, the Stoics followed the Cynics in maintaining the hard line that virtue is the only true good. However, Zeno went on to distinguish between indifferent things that are preferred, dispreferred, or completely indifferent. Put crudely, external things do have some value, but they're not worth getting upset over. It's a different kind of value. One way Stoics explained this was by saying that if we could put virtue on one side of a set of scales, it wouldn't matter how many gold coins or other indifferent things piled up on the opposing side, it should never tip the balance. Nevertheless, some external things are preferable to others, and wisdom consists precisely in our ability to make these sorts of value judgments. Life is preferable to death, wealth is preferable to poverty, health is preferable to sickness, friends are preferable to enemies, and so on. As Socrates had put it earlier, such external advantages in life are good only if we use them wisely. However, if something can be used for either good or evil, it cannot truly be good in itself, so it should be classed as indifferent or neutral. The Stoics would say that things like health, wealth, and reputation are, at most, advantages or opportunities rather than being good in themselves. Social, material, and physical advantages actually give foolish individuals more opportunity to do harm to themselves and others. Look at lottery winners. Those who squander their sudden wealth often end up more miserable than they could have imagined. When handled badly, external advantages like wealth do more harm than good. The Stoics would go further. The wise and good man may flourish even when faced with sickness, poverty, and enemies. The true goal of life for Stoics isn't to acquire as many external advantages as possible, but to use whatever befalls us wisely, whether it be sickness or health, wealth or poverty, friends or enemies. The Stoic sage or wise man needs nothing, but uses everything well. The fool believes himself to need countless things, but he uses them all badly. Most important of all, the pursuit of these preferred indifferent things must never be done at the expense of virtue. For instance, wisdom may tell us that wealth is generally preferable to debt, but valuing money more highly than justice is a vice. In order to explain the supreme value placed on wisdom and virtue, the Stoics compared reason, or ruling faculty, to a king in relation to his court. Everyone in court is situated somewhere or other on the hierarchy of importance. However, the king is uniquely important because he's the one who assigns everyone else at court a role in the hierarchy. As mentioned earlier, the Stoics call reason, the king in this metaphor, our ruling faculty or hegemonikon. It's human nature to desire certain things in life, such as sex and food. Reason allows us to step back and question whether what we desire is actually going to be good for us or not. Wisdom itself is uniquely valuable because it allows us to judge the value of external things. It's the source of everything else's value. How therefore does it profit a man, the Stoics might say, if he gains the whole world but loses his wisdom and virtue? In addition to believing that humans are essentially thinking creatures capable of reason, the Stoics also believed that human nature is inherently social. They started from the premise that under normal conditions, we typically have a bond of natural affection toward our children. If we didn't, as we now know, our offspring would be less likely to survive and pass on our genes. This bond of natural affection also tends to extend to other loved ones, such as spouses, parents, siblings, and close friends. The Stoics believed that as we mature in wisdom, we increasingly identify with our own capacity for reason, but we also begin to identify with others insofar as they are capable of reason. In other words, the wise man extends moral consideration to all rational creatures and views them, in a sense, as his brothers and sisters. That's why the Stoics describe their ideal as cosmopolitanism, or being a citizen of the universe, a phrase attributed both to Socrates and Diogenes the Cynic. Stoic ethics involves cultivating this natural affection toward other people in accord with virtues like justice, fairness, and kindness. Although this social dimension of Stoicism is often overlooked today, it's one of the main themes of the Meditations. Marcus touches on topics such as the virtues of justice and kindness, natural affection, the brotherhood of man, and ethical cosmopolitanism on virtually every page. Another popular misconception today is that Stoics are unemotional. The ancient Stoics themselves consistently denied this, saying that their ideal was not to be like a man of iron or to have a heart of stone. In fact, they distinguished between three types of emotion: good, bad, and indifferent. They had names for many different types of good passion, or eupathei, a term encompassing both desires and emotions, which they grouped under three broad headings. 1. A profound sense of joy or gladness and peace of mind which comes from living with wisdom and virtue. 2. A healthy feeling of aversion to vice, like a sense of conscience, honour, dignity or integrity. And 3. The desire to help both ourselves and others through friendship, kindness and goodwill. They also believed that we have many irrational desires and emotions like fear, anger, craving, and certain forms of pleasure that are bad for us. Stoics did not believe that unhealthy emotions should be suppressed, rather they should be replaced by healthy ones. However, these healthy emotions aren't entirely under our control, and we're not always guaranteed to experience them, so we shouldn't confuse them with virtue, the goal of life. For Stoics, they're like an added bonus. They also taught that our initial, automatic feelings are to be viewed as natural and indifferent. These include things like being startled or irritated, blushing, turning pale, tensing up, shaking, sweating, or stammering. They are natural reflex reactions, or first reactions, before we escalate them into full-blown passions. We share these primitive precursors to emotion with some non-human animals, and so the Stoics view them with indifference as neither good nor bad. Indeed, Seneca, as we'll see, noted the paradox that before we can exhibit the virtues of courage and moderation, we need to have at least some trace of fear and desire to overcome. Even the Stoic wise man, therefore, may tremble in the face of danger. What matters is what he does next. He exhibits courage and self-control precisely by accepting these feelings, rising above them, and asserting his capacity for reason. He's not entranced by the siren song of pleasure or afraid of the sting of pain. Some pains have the potential to make us stronger, and some pleasures to harm us. What matters is the use we make of these experiences, and for that, we need wisdom. The wise man will endure pain and discomfort, such as undergoing surgery or engaging in strenuous physical exercise, if it's healthy for his body and, more importantly, if it's healthy for his character. He'll likewise forego pleasures like eating junk food, indulging in drugs or alcohol, or oversleeping if they're unhealthy for his body or bad for his character. Everything comes back to the exercise of reason and the goal of living wisely. By now you'll appreciate how much confusion is caused by people mixing up Stoicism with a capital S and Stoicism with a lowercase s. Lowercase Stoicism is just a personality trait. It's mental toughness or the ability to endure pain and adversity without complaining. Uppercase Stoicism is a whole school of Greek philosophy. Being emotionally tough or resilient is just one small part of that philosophy, and lowercase Stoicism neglects the entire social dimension of Stoic virtue, which has to do with justice, fairness, and kindness to others. Also, when people talk about being stoic or having a stiff upper lip, they often mean just suppressing their feelings, which is actually known to be quite unhealthy. So it's important to be very clear, that's not what Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics recommended. Stoic philosophy teaches us instead to transform unhealthy emotions into healthy ones. We do so by using reason to challenge the value judgments and other beliefs on which they're based, much as we do in modern rational emotive behaviour therapy and cognitive behavioural therapy. In the following chapters, you'll learn about the different ways in which Stoicism can be applied to life in order to overcome specific types of psychological problems, including pain, worry, anger, and loss. Stories about the life of Marcus Aurelius provide a human face for the philosophy and will furnish us with practical examples of Stoic strategies and techniques. We'll start by looking at Marcus's early life and education, because that gets right to the heart of the matter by introducing the Stoic use of language. Chapter 2. The Most Truthful Child in Rome. Marcus was born on April 26, 121 AD, and was reared under the eye of Hadrian. He took the name Aurelius later. Throughout his childhood he was known as Marcus Annius Verus, after his father and his grandfathers. The family lived in the small town of Ucaba in the Roman province of Hispania Baetica in modern-day Spain before moving to Rome. When he was about 3 years old, his father died. We don't know the circumstances. Marcus barely knew him, but later wrote about his manliness and humility, drawing from what he learned of his father by reputation and what little he remembered. Marcus was brought up by his mother and paternal grandfather, a highly distinguished senator who had served 3 times as consul. He was a close friend of the Emperor Hadrian and was the brother-in-law of Hadrian's wife, the Empress Sabina, Marcus's great-aunt. As a member of a wealthy patrician family with ties to the emperor, Marcus was naturally part of his grandfather's social circle, and though we're told he was loved by all, something about Marcus especially caught Hadrian's eye. The emperor heaped honours on him from an early age, enrolling him in the equestrian order when he was 6 years old, making him what's sometimes described as a Roman knight. When Marcus was 8, Hadrian appointed him to the College of the Salii, or Leaping Priests. His main duty involved performing elaborate ritual dances in honour of Mars, the god of war, while dressed in ancient armour and bearing ceremonial swords and shields. Hadrian nicknamed the boy Verissimus, meaning truest or most truthful, a play on his family name of Verus, which means true. It's as if he found Marcus a mere child to be the most plain-spoken individual at court. Indeed, Marcus's family, though wealthy and influential, was notable for cherishing honesty and simplicity. Marcus's tendency towards plain speaking gave him a natural affinity for Stoic philosophy, which he would discover later. However, it set him at odds with the intellectual culture prevailing at Hadrian's court during the height of the Second Sophistic, a cultural movement celebrating formal rhetoric and oratory. By Hadrian's time, Greek art and literature had become highly fashionable, Greek intellectuals, particularly orators, were highly esteemed and became tutors to the Roman elite, allowing Greek culture to flourish in the heart of the Roman Empire. Teachers of rhetoric, the formal study of the language used in giving speeches, and part of any young aristocrat's curriculum in those days, were known as sophists, reviving a Greek tradition that went back to the time of Socrates. They often included moral lessons, bits of philosophy, and other aspects of intellectual culture in their lessons, hence our word, sophistication, which is loosely what they sought to impart. As Socrates had long ago observed, although sophists often sounded like they were doing philosophy, their underlying goal was to win praise by displaying verbal eloquence, rather than attaining virtue for its own sake. Put simply, while they spoke a lot about wisdom and virtue, they didn't necessarily live in accord with those values. They were usually more concerned with competing against one another to win public applause for their knowledge and eloquence. The appearance of wisdom therefore became more important to many Romans than wisdom itself. Even the emperor himself indulged in this. The Historia Augusta, one of our most important sources, says that although Hadrian was a somewhat talented writer of prose and verse in his own right, he often sought to ridicule and humiliate the teachers of these and other arts in an attempt to show he was more cultured and intelligent than them. He would get into pretentious arguments with certain teachers and philosophers, with each side issuing pamphlets and poems against the other, the ancient Roman equivalent of internet flaming or trolling. For instance, the sophist Favorinus of Arelata was renowned throughout the empire as one of its very finest intellectuals. He was well versed in the sceptical philosophy of the academy and won widespread acclaim for his rhetorical eloquence. He shamelessly buckled, though, in response to the Emperor Hadrian's dubious assertions about the correct usage of some word. "You're urging me down the wrong path," Favorinus told his friends, "if you don't allow me to regard the most learned of men as being the one who owns 30 legions." Hadrian didn't like being wrong. Worse, he carried out merciless vendettas against intellectuals who disagreed with him. Indeed, when Favorinus eventually incurred Hadrian's disapproval, he was exiled to the Greek island of Chios. Nevertheless, for some reason, Hadrian came to admire above all the integrity and plain speaking of a rather grave young noble, his Verissimus, who loved real wisdom more than the cultivated appearance of wisdom. Hadrian was a talented, passionate, and mercurial man, the sort of person you'd describe as very clever, but not necessarily wise. Perhaps surprisingly, we are told he was a friend of Epictetus, the most important teacher of Stoicism in the Roman Empire. We might struggle to imagine the famous Stoic putting up with Hadrian's relentless one-upmanship. However, the emperor was clearly on very good terms with Epictetus's most famous student, Arrian, who wrote down and edited the discourses and handbook. As we'll see, Arrian rose to prominence during Hadrian's reign. Hadrian was no philosopher, though. He viewed philosophy in the same superficial manner as the sophists did, a source for material to show off one's learning. By contrast, Epictetus, in typical Stoic fashion, continually warned his students not to confuse academic learning with wisdom and to avoid petty arguments, hair-splitting, or wasting time on abstract academic topics. He emphasized the fundamental difference between a sophist and a Stoic. The former speaks to win praise from his audience, the latter to improve them by helping them to achieve wisdom and virtue. Rhetoricians thrive on praise, which is vanity. Philosophers love truth and embrace humility. Rhetoric is a form of entertainment, pleasant to hear. Philosophy is a moral and psychological therapy, often painful to hear, because it forces us to admit our own faults in order to remedy them. Sometimes the truth hurts. Epictetus's own teacher, the Stoic Musonius Rufus, used to tell his students, "If you have leisure to praise me, I'm speaking to no purpose." Hence the philosopher's school, said Epictetus, is a doctor's clinic. You should not go there expecting pleasure, but rather pain. As the years passed, Marcus would grow increasingly aware of his disillusionment with the values of the Sophists and his natural affinity with those of the Stoics. We can probably thank his mother for this to some extent. Domitia Lucilla was a remarkable woman who, like Marcus's father, came from a distinguished Roman patrician family. She was also immensely wealthy, having inherited a vast fortune, including an important brick and tile factory situated near Rome. However, Marcus would later say that he was particularly influenced by the simplicity and unpretentiousness of her way of life, far removed, as he put it, from that of the rich. This love of simple living and distaste for the ostentatious impressed her son. Several decades later, Marcus revealed his distaste for the pretense and corruption of court life in the Meditations. He promised himself, though, that he would never again waste his time dwelling negatively on it. He added that it was only through recourse to philosophy that life at court even seemed bearable to him, and he bearable to those at court. He reminded himself that wherever it is possible to live, it is also possible to live well, to live wisely, even at Rome, where he clearly felt it was a struggle to stay in tune with Stoic virtue. He found the insincerity of life at court a constant frustration, and he came to rely on Stoicism as a way of coping. Marcus also learned generosity from his mother. When his only sister married, Marcus gave her the inheritance his father had left him. Throughout his life he received numerous other inheritances, and we are told he would typically give them to the deceased's next of kin. Decades later, during his reign as emperor, at the outset of the First Marcomannic War, Marcus found that the state treasury was exhausted. He responded by holding a public auction lasting 2 months, in which countless imperial treasures were sold off to raise funds for the war effort. His indifference toward wealth and the trappings of the imperial court turned out to be of great value, therefore, in responding to a serious financial crisis. Marcus's mother was a lover of Greek culture, and she may have introduced her son to some of the intellectuals who later became his friends and teachers. Marcus mentions that his Stoic mentor, Junius Rusticus, taught him to write letters in a very simple and unaffected style, like one in particular that Rusticus sent Marcus's mother from Sinuessa on the Italian coast. Perhaps Rusticus and Marcus's mother had been friends for many years. Along with his mother's love of Greek culture, some of the old-fashioned Roman values instilled in Marcus during his upbringing doubtless paved the way for his later interest in Stoic philosophy. Indeed, that may be why he reminds himself of them in the opening passages of the Meditations. Marcus began to build on these values by training in philosophy from an exceptionally young age. The Historia Augusta says that he was already wholly dedicated to Stoic philosophy while Hadrian was alive. However, he seems to have learned about philosophy first as a practical way of life when he was still a young boy living in his mother's house, long before he began studying philosophical theory under several eminent tutors. He first taught himself to endure physical discomfort and overcome unhealthy habits. He learned to tolerate other people's criticisms and to avoid being easily swayed by fine words or flattery. Mastering our passions in this way is the first stage of training in Stoicism. Epictetus called it the discipline of desire, although it encompasses both our desires and our fears or aversions. As we've seen, the Stoics were very much influenced by the Cynic philosophers who preceded them. Epictetus taught a form of Stoicism that held aspects of cynicism in particularly high regard. It's said he was known for the slogan, endure and renounce, or bear and forbear. Marcus seems to recall this saying in the Meditations, when he tells himself that he must aim to bear with other people's flaws and forbear from any wrongdoing against them, while calmly accepting things outside of his direct control. In Book 1 of the Meditations, Marcus, after contemplating the good qualities and lessons learned from his own family, next goes on to praise a mysterious, unnamed tutor, probably a slave or freedman in his mother's household. It's truly remarkable that Marcus seems to credit a humble slave with more influence upon his moral development than either the Emperor Hadrian or any of his rhetoric tutors, who included some of the most highly esteemed intellectuals in the empire. This unnamed man showed young Marcus how to endure hardship and discomfort with patience. He taught Marcus to be self-reliant and to have few needs in life. Marcus also learned from him how to turn a deaf ear towards slander and how to avoid sticking his nose in other people's concerns. This is very different from the example set by Hadrian or the famous sophists competing to win the emperor's favour and the applause of crowds at Rome. The same tutor also persuaded Marcus early on not to side with the green or blue factions at the chariot races or with different gladiators in the amphitheatre. As we've seen, the Cynics were renowned for training themselves to endure voluntary hardship, or ponos, through their somewhat austere lifestyle and use of various exercises. They were also famous for cultivating indifference toward external things, and disregarding both praise and condemnation from others. Doing so allowed them to speak the truth very plainly and simply. We will never know whether Marcus's nameless tutor was influenced by cynicism, or whether he just happened to share similar values. He certainly provided the child with a solid foundation for his future training in Stoicism, though. So who first introduced Marcus to the formal study of philosophy? Astoundingly, he tells us that it was his painting master, Diognetus. They would have met when Marcus was aged around 12, as he entered the next stage of his education. There are some striking passages in the Meditations in which Marcus appears to exhibit a painter's eye for visual details, like the cracks on a loaf of bread, the lines in the face of an elderly person, or foam dripping from the mouth of a wild boar. These observations are used to illustrate Stoic metaphysical ideas, the beauty of something's apparent flaws, and its worth become clearer when viewed as part of a larger picture. So it's tempting to wonder if they were inspired by philosophical conversations that Marcus had as a child with his painting tutor. Diognetus taught Marcus not to waste his time with trivial matters and steered him away from popular amusements such as quail fighting, the ancient Roman equivalent of today's video games perhaps. He warned Marcus not to be duped by charlatans who hawked miracles and magic charms, or by those, presumably early Christians, who professed to exorcise demons. Disdain for the supernatural and caution against wasting time and energy on diversions such as gambling are attitudes that Marcus may have learned from a Cynic or Stoic philosopher. Diognetus also taught him to tolerate plain speaking, or parrhesia, and to sleep covered with a pelt in a camp bed on the ground, almost certainly references to the Cynic regime. Indeed, the Historia Augusta confirms that around the time Diognetus would have become his tutor, Marcus adopted the dress of a philosopher and began training himself to endure hardship. However, his mother argued that sleeping on a mat like a legionary on campaign was inappropriate. With some effort, she persuaded him to use a couch instead, albeit one still spread with animal pelts instead of normal bedding. Marcus says that Diognetus taught him these and other aspects of Greek training, or agoge. Although we don't know what all of those aspects were, we can infer what some of them may have been. Cynic philosophers often ate a very simple diet of cheap black bread and lentils or lupin seeds, and drank mainly water. According to Musonius Rufus, the teacher of Epictetus, Stoics should likewise eat simple, healthy food that is easy to prepare, and they should do so with mindfulness and in moderation, not greedily. Like the Cynics, the Stoics would sometimes also train themselves to endure heat and cold. According to legend, Diogenes the Cynic did this by stripping naked and embracing frozen statues in winter, or rolling in hot sand under the summer sun. Seneca described taking cold baths and swimming in the river Tiber at the beginning of the year, and cold showers are popular with those influenced by Stoicism today. Although Marcus doesn't mention these details, he may have adopted similar practices as a youth as part of his Greek training in enduring voluntary hardship. The French scholar Pierre Hadot believed that this phrase alluded to the notorious Spartan training, aspects of which may have influenced the austere lifestyle adopted by Cynic philosophers and some Stoics. Indeed, philosophy in the ancient world was first and foremost a way of life. Today, academic philosophy, as taught in universities, has turned into a much more bookish and theoretical pursuit. Ancient philosophers, by contrast, were often recognizable because of their lifestyle and even the way they dressed. The Stoics, like the Cynics before them, traditionally wore a single garment called a tribon in Greek. This rudimentary cloak or shawl, made from undyed wool, usually of a greyish colour, was worn wrapped around the body, often with the shoulders exposed. Certain philosophers like Socrates and the Cynics also walked barefoot. Some Roman philosophers still dressed like this, although the style was perhaps occasionally viewed as antiquated and an affectation. Marcus, at least in his youth, wore the cloak of a philosopher, and as we can see from sculptures, he had a longish, well-kempt beard, which was probably typical for Stoics of that period. Perhaps Diognetus dressed and lived as a philosopher himself, and Marcus was inspired to imitate his example. Once again, it's striking that at the height of the Second Sophistic, when oratory and poetry were all the rage at the court of Hadrian, Marcus was drawn in an opposing direction. He was wrenched away from the sophistication and ostentation of rhetoric by the simplicity and honesty of Greek philosophy. In addition to introducing him to this way of life, Diognetus started encouraging the boy to write philosophical dialogues and attend the lectures of several philosophers. He names 3 men, but nothing more is known about them. A few years later, aged around 15, Marcus briefly attended lectures at the house of a famous Stoic teacher called Apollonius of Chalcedon, who happened to be visiting Rome. Apollonius then departed for Greece, but, as we shall see, he would soon be recalled. By this time, Marcus was already an aspiring Stoic. Apollonius and others must surely have introduced him to the teachings of Epictetus, arguably the most influential of all Roman philosophers. Epictetus, whose school had long since relocated from Rome to Greece, died when Marcus was still a boy, so they almost certainly never met. However, as Marcus's education proceeded, he would enjoy the company of older men who had most likely attended Epictetus's lectures and were studying the discourses transcribed by Arrian. In the Meditations, Marcus names Epictetus as an exemplary philosopher alongside Socrates and Chrysippus, and quotes him more than any other author. Indeed, Marcus clearly came to view himself as a follower of Epictetus. However, his family probably assumed that his education would focus on learning rhetoric from eminent sophists, especially once he was designated a future emperor. Hadrian's marriage was childless, so in his later years, when his health began to deteriorate, he adopted a successor. To everyone's surprise, he chose a relatively undistinguished man called Lucius Ceionius Commodus, who then became known as Lucius Aelius Caesar, starting a tradition that the official heir to the empire would assume the title Caesar. However, Lucius was in such poor health that he dropped dead little over a year later. Hadrian reputedly wanted Marcus, now 16, to become his successor, but he felt the boy was still too young. Instead, he chose an older man called Titus Aurelius Antoninus, who was already in his early 50s and had 2 daughters, but no surviving sons. He was married to Marcus's aunt, Faustina, so as part of a long-term succession arrangement, Hadrian adopted Antoninus on condition that he would in turn adopt Marcus, placing him in direct line to the throne. Hadrian thereby adopted Marcus as his grandson. In early 138 AD, On the day of his adoption, young Marcus Annius Verus assumed Antoninus's family name, becoming forever known as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. However, complicating matters, Lucius Aelius, the man Hadrian originally appointed as his successor and Caesar, had left behind a young son of his own, also called Lucius. Antoninus therefore adopted the child Lucius, who thereby became Marcus Aurelius's new brother. Later, immediately following his own acclamation, Marcus would appoint his adopted brother co-emperor, at which point he became known as the Emperor Lucius Verus. It was the first time two emperors had ruled jointly in this way. Marcus presumably made the decision to share power with his brother, at least in part, to avoid the risk of unrest caused by having a rival dynasty with a claim on the throne. We'll come back to the relationship between Marcus and his brother Lucius later. At first, Marcus was deeply dismayed that Hadrian had adopted him into the imperial household. He was reluctant to move from his mother's villa to the emperor's private home. When his friends and family members asked him why he was so perturbed, he rattled off a whole list of his concerns about life at court. Based on his later comments, we know he struggled with the insincerity and corruption of Roman politics. That night, though, after learning he was to become emperor, Marcus dreamt that he had arms and shoulders of ivory. Asked in the dream if he could still use them, he picked up a heavy load and discovered he had become much stronger. Exposed shoulders were the mark of a cynic or stoic philosopher's endurance against the cold. So he may have foreseen in this dream that his training in stoic philosophy would grant him the strength and resilience required to fulfill his future role as emperor. Marcus was now second in line to the throne and destined to succeed Antoninus. He was introduced to the circle of intellectuals at court, some of the finest rhetoricians and philosophers in the empire. He must also have observed the way the emperor bullied them. This was completely at odds with Marcus's values, as were Hadrian's growing suspicion, intolerance and persecution of his supposed enemies. Later, during his own reign as emperor, Marcus made a point of allowing his political opponents to go unpunished when they publicly ridiculed or criticised him. The most he ever did in response to outspoken critics was to address their remarks politely in speeches or pamphlets, whereas Hadrian would have had them banished or beheaded. Marcus famously pledged that not a single senator would be executed during his reign, and, as we will see, he maintained this promise even when several of them betrayed him during a civil war in the East. He believed that true strength consisted of one's ability to show kindness, not violence or aggression. In his final years, Hadrian became something of a tyrant. He grew increasingly paranoid, paid agents to spy on his friends, and ordered a swathe of executions. The Senate ended up hating him so bitterly that after his death they wanted to annul his acts and withhold the traditional honour of deification. However, the new emperor, Antoninus, reasoned with them that it would be better to act in a more conciliatory manner, for which he earned the cognomen Pius. Hadrian would doubtless have been infuriated by the fact that despite being mentioned several times elsewhere in the text, he is conspicuously absent from the first book of the Meditations, in which Marcus individually praises his family members and teachers. On the other hand, Marcus listed the virtues of Antoninus at great length, more than once, and made it clear that he represented his ideal role model as emperor. Roman historians portray Antoninus in many ways as the opposite of his predecessor. Indeed, some of the traits Marcus praises in his adoptive father can be read as implicit criticisms of Hadrian. Antoninus was completely unpretentious. We are told that upon being acclaimed emperor, despite some resistance from the palace staff, he earned great respect from the people by minimizing the pomp of the imperial court. He often dressed as an ordinary citizen, without wearing the robes of state to receive visitors, and he tried to continue living as he had previously done. Whereas his subjects came to humour Hadrian, wary of his changeable moods and quick temper, Antoninus was famous for his calm demeanour and for welcoming plain speaking at court and elsewhere. Unlike Hadrian, Antoninus would simply ignore any barbed remarks made at his expense. The Stoics were happy to admit that some individuals naturally embodied virtues they sought to acquire through years of effort by means of study and training in philosophy. Antoninus was such a man, according to Marcus. The traits he's described as possessing paint a vivid picture of the sort of character that Marcus wanted to develop through his training in Stoic philosophy. Once Antoninus had considered something and arrived at a decision, for example, he implemented it with unwavering determination. In the Meditations, Marcus contemplates how his predecessor never sought out empty praise or approval from others. Instead, he was always willing to listen to other people's views and consider them carefully. He was meticulous in examining matters that required careful deliberation. He never rushed making a decision, and was always willing to question his first impressions. He would patiently think over the issue until he was completely satisfied with his reasoning. He honoured genuine philosophers, though he didn't necessarily agree with all of their doctrines. He didn't attack charlatans, but he wasn't taken in by them either. In other words, he was a very calm and rational man. His natural freedom from vanity helped him to follow reason more consistently and see things more clearly. Unlike Hadrian, he didn't always have to be right. Under Antoninus and later Marcus, the culture at Rome would noticeably shift from favouring sophists towards philosophers, particularly the Stoics. Marcus wanted to engage with Greek learning, but in a totally different way than Hadrian. He genuinely sought to transform himself into a better person, instead of merely scoring points against intellectual rivals. The seeds of that transformation were planted by his family, perhaps especially by his mother, but they were then nurtured by a series of exceptional tutors. Nevertheless, young Roman noblemen were expected to undergo formal training in rhetoric. This began when they officially reached adulthood, symbolized by taking the toga virilis around the age of 15. Studying rhetoric in order to communicate more eloquently and persuasively would become Marcus's main obligation as a student, although it clashed with his growing interest in Stoic philosophy. Herodes Atticus and others trained him extensively in Greek, the language he would use to write the Meditations. However, once Emperor Antoninus adopted Marcus, his main tutor became Marcus Cornelius Fronto, the leading Latin rhetorician of the day. Fronto was embraced as a close family friend, and he remained so until his death around 166 or 167 AD, possibly a victim of the plague during its initial outbreak in Rome. Fronto later wrote down his glowing impression of Marcus as a youth. He was innately predisposed to all the virtues before being trained in them, we're told, being a good man before puberty and a skilled speaker before donning the robes of manhood. Fronto was important enough to Marcus to be one of the tutors cited in Book 1 of the Meditations. However, Marcus mentions little about Fronto's influence on his character and reserves greater praise for Alexander of Coteum, his Greek grammarian, a lower grade teacher. Despite the importance of their relationship, therefore, Fronto didn't much inspire Marcus as a role model. He also tried to actively discourage his young student from becoming a Stoic. We know Fronto worried that philosophers sometimes lacked the eloquence required by statesmen and emperors and risked making bad decisions under the influence of their peculiar doctrines. He wrote to Marcus saying that even if he achieved the wisdom of Zeno and Cleanthes, the founders of Stoicism, he would still be obliged, whether he liked it or not, to wear the purple imperial cloak, and not that of the philosophers made of coarse wool. Fronto meant that Marcus was required not only to dress like an emperor, but also to speak like one. draping himself in purple and winning praise for his formal eloquence. In reality, though, Marcus preferred to dress down and talk plainly, like a philosopher, or failing that, an ordinary citizen. Fronto's job was to imbue the boy with the cultural sophistication befitting his station in life, and train him to become an effective political speechwriter and orator. This was a very difficult time for the young Caesar, as he felt torn between rhetoric and philosophy, yet Fronto's influence gradually waned. Eloquence is one thing, wisdom another. We're told that Plato's saying was always on Marcus's lips. Those states prospered where the philosophers were kings, or the kings philosophers. The contest between sophists and Stoics over young Marcus had started shortly after Hadrian's death, when Antoninus summoned the philosopher Apollonius of Chalcedon back to Rome. The Historia Augusta claims that Antoninus instructed Apollonius to move into the imperial palace, the house of Tiberius, so that he could become Marcus's full-time personal tutor. However, Apollonius replied in laconic fashion, "The master ought not come to the pupil, but the pupil to the master." Antoninus was initially unimpressed by this response, and quipped that it was apparently easier for Apollonius to make the trip all the way from Greece to Rome than for him to get up and walk from his house to the palace. He probably assumed it was just arrogance for a tutor to insist that the emperor's son should come to his home for tuition like everyone else. Apollonius was the main philosopher whose lectures Marcus attended in his youth, which suggests that Antoninus eventually relented and allowed his son to mingle with other students outside the palace. As we'll see, many decades later, towards the end of his life, Marcus was still causing a stir by attending the public lectures of philosophers as if he were a common citizen. Marcus was impressed with Apollonius's skill and fluency as a teacher of Stoic doctrines. However, what he admired most was the man's character. The sophists talked at length about wisdom and virtue, but it was all just words with them. Apollonius, on the other hand, was completely unpretentious about his intellectual prowess, and he never became the slightest bit frustrated when debating a philosophical text with students. He showed Marcus what it meant in practice for a Stoic to live in agreement with nature. That is, how to consistently rely on reason as our guide in life. Indeed, Apollonius was no mere professor, but exhibited the true constancy and equanimity of a Stoic, even in the face of severe pain, long illness, and the loss of a child. Marcus also saw in him a clear example of what it meant for Stoics to engage in a course of action with great vigour and determination, while simultaneously remaining relaxed and unperturbed about the outcome. They referred to this as taking action with a reserve clause, a strategy we'll examine in more detail later. Marcus adds that Apollonius would accept favours graciously from friends, while neither demeaning himself by doing so, nor showing any hint of ingratitude. This man was an inspiration to the future emperor, in other words, and the sort of person that Stoicism promised to help him become. Apollonius taught Marcus the doctrines of Stoic philosophy while showing him how to apply them in daily life. Marcus would have learned that the Stoics believed there was a relationship between the sincere love of wisdom and greater emotional resilience. Their philosophy contained within itself a moral and psychological therapy, or therapia, for minds troubled by anger, fear, sadness, and unhealthy desires. They called the goal of this therapy apatheia, meaning not apathy, but rather freedom from harmful desires and emotions, or passions. To say that Apollonius taught Marcus Stoic philosophy is therefore also to say that he trained Marcus to develop mental resilience through an ancient form of psychological therapy and self-improvement, sometimes described as the Stoic therapy of the passions. An important aspect of this training would have involved Apollonius showing Marcus how to maintain his equanimity by deliberately using language in the special therapeutic manner described by the Stoics. However, Before we turn to the Stoic use of language, we first have to understand a little more about the Stoic theory of emotions. The curious tale of an unnamed Stoic teacher provides our best introduction to this topic. We find it in the Attic Nights, a book of anecdotes written by Aulus Gellius, a grammarian who was a contemporary of Marcus Aurelius. Gellius was sailing across the Ionian Sea from Cassiopa, a town on Corfu, to Brundisium in southern Italy, possibly en route to Rome. He describes one of his fellow passengers as an important and highly regarded Stoic teacher who had been lecturing in Athens. We can't identify the teacher with certainty. It's not impossible, though, that Gellius could have been referring to Apollonius of Chalcedon. Out on open water, their boat was caught in a ferocious storm, which lasted almost the whole night. The passengers feared for their lives as they struggled to man the pumps and keep themselves from drowning in a shipwreck. Gellius noticed that the great Stoic teacher had turned as white as a sheet, and shared the same anxious expression as the rest of the passengers. However, the philosopher alone remained silent, instead of crying out in terror and lamenting his predicament. Once the sea and sky calmed, as they were approaching their destination, Gellius gently inquired of the Stoic why he looked almost as fearful as the others did during the storm. He could see that Gellius was sincere and courteously answered that the founders of Stoicism taught how people facing such dangers naturally and inevitably experience a short-lived stage of fear. He then reached into his satchel and produced the 5th book of Epictetus's discourses for Gellius to peruse. Today, only the first 4 books of the discourses survive, although Marcus appears to have read the lost discourses of Epictetus and quotes from them in the Meditations. In any case, Gellius describes Epictetus's remarks, which he confidently asserts were true to the original teachings of Zeno and Chrysippus. Epictetus reputedly told his students that the founders of Stoicism distinguished between 2 stages of our response to any event, including threatening situations. First come the initial impressions, or phantasiae, that are imposed involuntarily on our minds from outside, when we are initially exposed to an event such as the storm at sea. These impressions can be triggered, says Epictetus, by a terrifying sound such as a peal of thunder, a building collapsing, or a sudden cry of danger. Even the mind of a perfect Stoic sage will initially be shaken by abrupt shocks of this kind, and he will shrink back from them instinctively in alarm. This reaction doesn't come from faulty value judgments about the dangers faced, but from an emotional reflex arising in his body, which temporarily bypasses reason. Epictetus might have added that these emotional reactions are comparable to those experienced by non-human animals. Seneca, for instance, notes that when animals are alarmed by the appearance of danger, they take flight, but after they have escaped, their anxiety soon abates and they return to grazing in peace once again. By contrast, the human capacity for thought allows us to perpetuate our worries beyond these natural bounds. Reason, our greatest blessing, is also our greatest curse. In the second stage of our response, the Stoics say, we typically add voluntary judgments of assent, sun katatheses, to these automatic impressions. Here the Stoic wise man's response differs from that of the majority of people. He does not go along with the initial emotional reactions to a situation that have invaded his mind. Epictetus says the Stoic should neither assent to nor confirm these emerging impressions, such as anxiety in the face of danger. Rather, he rejects them as misleading, views them with studied indifference, and lets go of them. By contrast, the unwise are carried away by their initial impression of external events, including those that are terrible and to be feared, and continue to worry, ruminate, and even complain aloud about a perceived threat. Seneca gives a more detailed account of the Stoic model of emotion in On Anger, which divides the process of experiencing a passion into 3 movements or stages. First stage. Initial impressions automatically impose themselves on your mind. including thoughts and emerging feelings called propathei or proto-passions by the Stoics. For example, the impression the boat is sinking would quite naturally evoke some initial anxiety. Second stage. The majority of people, like those in the boat, would agree with the original impression, go along with it, and add more value judgments, indulging in catastrophic thinking. I might die a terrible death. They would worry about it and continue to dwell on it long afterward. By contrast, Stoics, like the unnamed philosopher in the story, have learned to take a step back from their initial thoughts and feelings and withhold their assent from them. They might do this by saying to themselves, "You're just an impression, and not at all the things you claim to represent," or "It is not things that upset us, but our judgments about them." The boat is sinking, but you might make it ashore. Even if you don't, panicking won't help. Responding calmly and with courage is more important. That's what you'd praise other people for doing if faced with the same situation. Third stage. On the other hand, if you have assented to the impression that something is intrinsically bad or catastrophic, then a full-blown passion develops, which can quickly spiral out of control. This actually happened to Seneca during a storm, when he grew seasick and panicked so much that he foolishly clambered overboard and tried to wade ashore through the waves and rocks when he would have been much safer remaining on the boat. In other words, a certain amount of anxiety is natural. Indeed, the hearts of even the most experienced sailors might leap into their mouths when their ship looks like it's about to be overturned. Bravery would consist in carrying on regardless and dealing with the situation rationally. The Stoic likewise tells himself that although the situation may appear frightening, the truly important thing in life is how he chooses to respond. So he reminds himself to view the storm with Stoic indifference and to respond with wisdom and courage, while accepting his initial nervous reaction as harmless and inevitable. What he does not do, though, is make things worse for himself by continuing to worry. For this reason, once the pallor and anxious expression have left his face, the wise man's anxiety tends to abate naturally, and he regains his composure before long. He re-evaluates his initial anxious impressions, confidently asserting that they're both false and unhelpful. On the other hand, the unwise and fearful perpetuate their own distress for much longer. Gellius read about this in the Lost Discourse of Epictetus, and learned that there is nothing unstoic about someone turning pale with anxiety for a while during a perilous situation like the one he'd just survived. It's natural and inevitable to experience feelings like these, as long as we don't escalate our distress by going along with the impressions accompanying them and telling ourselves that some awful catastrophe is about to happen. Seneca likewise noted that certain misfortunes strike the wise man without incapacitating him, such as physical pain, illness, the loss of friends or children, or the catastrophes inflicted by defeat in war. They graze him, but do not wound him. Indeed, Seneca also points out that there is no virtue in enduring things we do not feel. This is important to note. For a Stoic to exhibit the virtue of temperance, he must have at least some trace of desire to renounce, and to exhibit courage, he must have at least these first sensations of fear to endure. As the Stoics like to put it, the wise man is not made of stone or iron, but of flesh and blood. In the Meditations, Marcus himself writes that although he tells troubling impressions to go away, he's not angry with them, because they have come according to their ancient manner. In other words, they arise in the way basic feelings also arise in animals. That implies that, like the anonymous Stoic teacher on Gellius's storm-tossed boat, Marcus views them with indifference, rather than judging them as inherently bad. Elsewhere he says that pleasant and unpleasant sensations in the body inevitably impinge on the mind, because they're part of the same organism. We shouldn't try to resist them, but rather we should accept their occurrence as natural, as long as we don't allow our mind to add the judgment that the things we're experiencing are good or bad. This is important because people who confuse Stoicism with a capital S and Stoicism with a lowercase s, i.e. having a stiff upper lip, often think that it's about suppressing feelings like anxiety, which they view as bad, harmful, or shameful. That's not only bad psychology, it's also totally in conflict with Stoic philosophy, which teaches us to accept our involuntary emotional reactions or flashes of anxiety as indifferent, neither good nor bad. What matters, in other words, isn't what we feel, but how we respond to those feelings. Although Marcus was reputedly introduced to philosophy at an unusually early age, it's believed that he didn't wholeheartedly commit his life to Stoicism until Junius Rusticus supplanted Fronto as his main tutor, when Marcus was in his early 20s. Looking back on this time, Marcus was grateful that when he first began to dabble in philosophy, he didn't completely fall under the spell of a sophist, like Fronto, or end up obsessively poring over books, working out logical puzzles, or speculating about physics and cosmology. Rather, he focused on Stoic ethics and its practical application in daily life. Whereas Fronto counselled Marcus to dress and speak more like an emperor, Rusticus did the opposite. He was among those who encouraged Marcus to set aside the vanity of status and dress down whenever possible, rather than walking around in the formal attire of a Caesar and later an emperor. This was exceptional behaviour for a Roman of his status, incidentally, but the British Museum has a statuette in its collection that seems to confirm it really happened. It shows Marcus dressed not like an emperor, but as a common citizen, apparently while visiting Egypt late in life. Rusticus also persuaded Marcus that he shouldn't be led astray by his initial enthusiasm for formal rhetoric. Neither should he waste his time writing theoretical essays or trying to win praise by merely playing the role of the virtuous man. Indeed, Marcus says Rusticus convinced him to abstain from oratory, poetry, and fine language in general, and to adopt the more down-to-earth and unaffected manner of speaking associated with Stoicism. In other words, Marcus went through a sort of conversion from rhetoric to philosophy, and this appears to have been a pivotal event in his life. Why was it such an upheaval, though? Whereas sophistry is all about creating an appearance, philosophy is about grasping reality. Marcus's transformation into a fully fledged Stoic therefore entailed a change in his fundamental values. It turns out that Stoic plain speaking isn't quite as easy as it sounds. It requires courage, self-discipline, and a sincere commitment to philosophical truth. As we'll see, this change in orientation and worldview went hand in hand not only with a more Stoic way of speaking, but also with a whole new way of thinking about events. How to speak wisely. We've seen that Marcus grew up at a time when rhetoric was highly fashionable, particularly at the imperial court of Hadrian. He underwent a thorough training in speech writing and oratory from a group of tutors including Herodes Atticus and Fronto, the leading Greek and Latin rhetoricians of his day, respectively. However, from his early youth, Marcus had earned a reputation for speaking plainly and honestly. In stark contrast to Hadrian, who loved to make a show of his learning, Marcus tells himself that true philosophy is both simple and modest, and we should never be seduced into vanity or ostentation in this regard. Always take the shortest route, he says. The short way is the way of nature, which leads to the soundest words and actions. Simplicity frees us from affectation and the trouble it brings. For Stoics, this honesty and simplicity of language requires two main things: conciseness and objectivity. It would be an oversimplification to say that this just means to stop complaining, but in many cases the Stoics did advise along those lines. The point at which our language starts evoking strong emotions is precisely when we start saying things that involve strong value judgments, whether to others or to ourselves. According to Stoic philosophy, when we assign intrinsic values like good or bad to external events, we're behaving irrationally and even exhibiting a form of self-deception. When we call something a catastrophe, for instance, we go beyond the bare facts and start distorting events and deceiving ourselves. Moreover, the Stoics consider lying a form of impiety. When a man lies, he alienates himself from nature. So how did the Stoics recommend we use language? Zeno, who wrote a handbook of rhetoric, didn't consider verbal eloquence an end in itself, but rather a means for sharing wisdom by articulating the truth clearly and concisely in a manner adapted to the needs of the hearer. According to Diogenes Laertius, Stoic rhetoric identified 5 virtues of speech. 1. Correct grammar and good vocabulary. 2. Clarity of expression, making the ideas easily understood. 3. Conciseness, employing no more words than necessary. 4. Appropriateness of style, suited to the subject matter and apparently also the audience. 5. Distinction or artistic excellence, and the avoidance of vulgarity. Traditional rhetoric shared most of these values, with the notable exception of conciseness. However, the Stoic use of language was normally seen as being completely at odds with established forms of rhetoric. The Sophists, as we've seen, sought to persuade others by appealing to their emotions, typically in order to win praise. The Stoics, by contrast, placed supreme value on grasping and communicating the truth by appealing to reason. This meant avoiding the use of emotive rhetoric or strong value judgments. We usually think of rhetoric as something used to manipulate other people. We tend to forget we're doing it to ourselves as well, not only when we speak, but also when we use language to think. The Stoics were certainly interested in how our words affect others. However, their priority was to change the way we affect ourselves, our own thoughts and feelings, through our choice of language. We exaggerate, overgeneralize, omit information, and use strong language and colourful metaphors. She's always being a bitch. That bastard shot me down in flames. This job is complete bullshit. People tend to think that exclamations like these are a natural consequence of strong emotions like anger. But what if they're also causing or perpetuating our emotions? If you think about it, rhetoric like this is designed to evoke strong feelings. By contrast, undoing the effects of emotional rhetoric by describing the same events more objectively forms the basis of the ancient Stoic therapy of the passions. Indeed, one way of understanding the contrast between Stoic philosophy and sophistic rhetoric is to view Stoicism as the practice of a kind of anti-rhetoric or counter-rhetoric. Whereas orators traditionally sought to exploit the emotions of their audience, the Stoics made a point of consciously describing events in plain and simple terms, cutting through misleading language and value judgments and stripping away any embellishments or emotive language. They tried to articulate the facts more calmly and soberly. Marcus likewise told himself to speak plainly rather than dressing up his thoughts in fancy language. Indeed, nothing is so conducive to greatness of mind, he said, as the ability to examine events rationally and view them realistically by stripping them down to their essential characteristics in this way. In the Discourses, we're told that a philosopher, presumably not a Stoic, once grew so frustrated with his friends questioning his character that he screamed, "I can't bear it, you're killing me. You'll turn me into him," pointing at Epictetus. That was a sudden display of histrionics, a blast of emotional rhetoric. Ironically though, if he'd been more like Epictetus, he would have just stuck to the facts without getting worked up and said something like, "You criticised me, so be it." In truth, nobody was killing this man, and he could bear it. The way we talk and think about events involves making value judgments which shape our feelings. Shakespeare's Hamlet exclaims, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." The Stoics would agree that there's nothing good or bad in the external world. Only what is up to us can be truly good or bad, which makes these terms synonymous with virtue and vice. Wisdom therefore consists in grasping external things objectively, as indifferent in this regard. Sometimes the Stoics describe this as staying with our initial impression of things before we impose value judgments. Epictetus gives many examples, such as when someone's ship is lost at sea, we should say only, "the ship is lost," and not add value judgments or complaints like, "Why me? This is awful." When someone bathes rather hastily, we should not react with disgust or even imply that he washed himself badly, but say only that he bathed quickly. When someone drinks a lot of wine, we should not say that he's done something terrible, only that he drank a lot of wine. Marcus follows Epictetus's guidance when he says, for instance, that he should tell himself someone has insulted him in a matter-of-fact way, but not add the value judgment that it has done him any harm. If you stick with the facts and don't unnecessarily extrapolate from them, you will put paid to many anxieties in life. Zeno coined the Stoic technical term phantasia cataleptica to refer to this Stoic way of viewing events objectively, separating value judgments from facts. Pierre Hadot translates it as objective representation, which is the term we'll use. However, it literally means an impression that gets a grip on reality and thereby prevents us from being swept along by our passions. It anchors our thoughts in reality. Zeno even symbolized this concept by the physical gesture of clenching his fist. We still talk today of someone who looks at events in a matter-of-fact way as having a firm grip on reality. Epictetus explained that a Stoic might say someone has been sent to prison, but they should not allow themselves to go on about how awful it is and complain that Zeus has punished that person unjustly. As an aspiring Stoic, you should begin by practicing deliberately describing events more objectively and in less emotional terms. Epictetus tells his students that if they can avoid being swept along with false and upsetting impressions, they will remain grounded in the objective representations they initially perceived. Sticking to the facts can, by itself, often reduce your anxiety. Cognitive therapists use the neologism catastrophizing, or dwelling on the worst-case scenario, to help explain to clients how we project our values onto external events. They turn the noun catastrophe into a verb to help clients remember that viewing events in this way is actually an activity they're engaged in. Catastrophizing is also a form of rhetorical hyperbole or exaggeration. An event like losing your job is not inherently catastrophic. We don't just passively perceive how bad it is, rather we actively catastrophize it, turning it into a catastrophe by imposing a value judgment upon it that blows things out of proportion. In cognitive therapy, we learn to take greater ownership of our responsibility for the catastrophic value judgments that distress us. Modern cognitive therapists advise their clients to describe events in more down-to-earth language, like the Stoics before them. They call it decatastrophizing, when they help clients downgrade their perception of a situation from provoking anxiety to something more mundane and less frightening. For instance, Aaron T. Beck, the founder of cognitive therapy, advised that clients suffering from anxiety should write decatastrophizing scripts, in which they describe distressing events factually, without strong value judgments or emotive language. "I lost my job and now I'm looking for a new one," rather than "I lost my job and there's nothing I can do about it, it's just a total disaster." Think about it. When you're distressed, don't you tend to exaggerate and use vivid emotional language to describe things, both to yourself and other people? Decatastrophizing involves re-evaluating the probability and severity of something bad happening and framing it in more realistic terms. Beck asks his clients, would it really be as terrible as you think? Catastrophizing often seems to involve thinking, what if? What if the worst case scenario happens? That would be unbearable. Decatastrophizing, on the other hand, has been described as going from what if to so what. So what if such and such happens? It's not the end of the world. I can deal with it. Another common method of decatastrophizing is for cognitive therapists to ask clients repeatedly, what next? Mental images of feared events often rapidly escalate to the worst, most anxiety-provoking part, and then remain glued there, as if the upsetting experience was somehow timeless. In reality, though, everything has a before, during, and after phase. Everything changes with time, and experiences come and go. Anxiety can often be reduced simply by moving the image past the worst point, and imagining in a realistic and non-catastrophic way what's most likely to happen in the hours, days, weeks or months that follow. Reminding himself of the transience of events is one of Marcus's favourite strategies, as we'll see in later chapters. One way of doing that is to ask yourself, what realistically will most likely happen next? And then what? And then what? And so on. Beck's original cognitive therapy approach for anxiety was derived from something known as the transactional model of stress, developed by Richard Lazarus. Imagine a seesaw, with your appraisal of the severity of a situation, how threatening or dangerous it is on one side. On the other side is your appraisal of your own ability to cope, your self-confidence, if you like. If you believe that the threat outweighs your ability to cope, and the seesaw tips towards danger, then you'll probably feel extremely stressed or anxious. On the other hand, if you reckon that the severity of the threat is low and your ability to cope is high, then the seesaw will tip towards you, and you should feel calm and self-confident. The Stoics, like modern therapists, tried to modify both sides of this equation. Normally, therefore, once you've arrived at a more realistic description of a feared situation, you will consider ways that you could potentially cope and get through it. Sometimes this involves creative problem solving, brainstorming alternative solutions and weighing the consequences. The Stoics like to ask themselves, what virtues has nature given me that might help me deal with the situation better? You might also consider how other people cope so that you can try to model their attitudes and behaviour. What would a role model like Socrates, Diogenes or Zeno do? We can also ask, what would Marcus do if faced with the same situation? In modern therapy, clients model the behaviour of others and develop coping plans, which describe how they would deal with the feared situation if it actually happened. Considering what another person would do or what they would advise you to do can help you formulate better coping plans, and that will typically lead you to decatastrophize the situation and downgrade your appraisal of its severity. That means going from thinking of events as totally unbearable to picturing realistic ways you can bear them and deal with them. The more clearly formulated your coping plan is, and the more confident you are about putting it into practice, the less anxious you will tend to feel. When their friends were struggling emotionally, Stoics sometimes wrote them letters of consolation, helping them to view events in a less catastrophic, more constructive way. 6 consolation letters written by Seneca exist today. For instance, he wrote to a woman called Marcia, who had recently lost her son. Seneca's consolations to her include the argument that death is a release from all the pain of life, a barrier beyond which our suffering cannot extend, which returns us to the same restful state we were in before we were born. Moreover, Epictetus told his students that one of the Stoics he held in particularly high regard, Pachomius Agrippinus, used to write similar letters to console himself whenever any hardship befell him. When faced with fever, slander, or exile, he would compose Stoic eulogies, praising these events as occasions to exercise strength of character. Agrippinus was truly a master decatastrophizer. He would reframe every hardship as an opportunity to cope by exercising wisdom and strength of character. Epictetus says that one day, as Agrippinus was preparing to dine with his friends, a messenger arrived announcing that the Emperor Nero had banished him from Rome as part of a political purge. "Very well," said Agrippinus, shrugging. "We shall take our lunch in Aricia, the first stop on the road he would have to travel into exile." You can start training yourself in this Stoic practice of objective representation right now by writing down a description of an upsetting or problematic event in plain language. Phrase things as accurately as possible and view them from a more philosophical perspective with studied indifference. Once you've mastered this art, take it a step further by following the example of Pachomius Agrippinus and look for positive opportunities. Write how you could exercise strength of character and cope wisely with the situation. Ask yourself how someone you admire might cope with the same situation, or what that person might advise you to do. Treat the event like a sparring partner in the gym, giving you an opportunity to strengthen your emotional resilience and coping skills. You might want to read your script aloud and review it several times, or compose several versions until you're satisfied it's helped you to change how you feel about events. Marcus tends to refer to this way of viewing events as entailing the separation of our value judgments from external events. Cognitive therapists have likewise, for many decades, taught their clients the famous quotation from Epictetus, "It's not things that upset us, but our judgments about things," which became an integral part of the initial orientation or socialization of the client to the treatment approach. This sort of technique is referred to as cognitive distancing in CBT, because it requires sensing the separation or distance between our thoughts and external reality. Beck defined it as a metacognitive process, meaning a shift to a level of awareness involving thinking about thinking. He writes, "Distancing refers to the ability to view one's own thoughts or beliefs as constructions of reality rather than as reality itself." He recommended explaining this to clients using the analogy of coloured glasses. We could look at the world through positive rose-tinted glasses or sad blue ones and just assume that what we see is how things are. However, we can also look at the glasses themselves and realise that they colour our vision. Noticing how our thoughts and beliefs tinge our perception of the world is a prerequisite for changing them in cognitive therapy. Later generations of clinicians and researchers discovered that rigorous training in cognitive distancing by itself was sufficient in many cases to bring about therapeutic improvement. Greater emphasis on this cognitive skill is an integral part of what became known as the mindfulness and acceptance approach to CBT. Sometimes merely remembering the saying of Epictetus that it's not things that upset us can help us gain cognitive distance from our thoughts, allowing us to view them as hypotheses rather than facts about the world. However, there are also many other cognitive distancing techniques used in modern CBT, such as these: writing down your thoughts concisely when they occur and viewing them on paper, writing them on a whiteboard and looking at them over there, literally from a distance, prefixing them with a phrase like, "Right now I notice that I am thinking," referring to them in the third person, for example. Donald is thinking, as if you're studying the thoughts and beliefs of someone else. Evaluating in a detached manner the pros and cons of holding a certain opinion, using a counter or a tally to monitor with detached curiosity the frequency of certain thoughts, shifting perspective and imagining a range of alternative ways of looking at the same situation so that your initial viewpoint becomes less fixed and rigid. For example, how might I feel about crashing my car if I were like Marcus Aurelius? If this happened to my daughter, how would I advise her to cope? How will I think about this looking back on events 10 or 20 years from now? There are several distancing methods found in the ancient Stoic literature. For instance, you can help yourself gain cognitive distance just by speaking to or apostrophizing your thoughts and feelings, saying something like, "You're just a feeling, and not really the thing you claim to represent," as Epictetus in the Handbook advised his students to do. The Handbook actually opens with a technique to remind ourselves that some things are up to us or directly under our control and other things are not. Modern Stoics sometimes call this the dichotomy of control or the Stoic fork. Just recalling this distinction can help you recover a sense of indifference towards external things. Think of it this way. When you strongly judge something to be good or bad, you also commit yourself to saying that you want to obtain or avoid it. But if something is outside your control, then it's simply irrational to demand that you should obtain or avoid it. It's a contradiction to believe both that you must do something and also that it's not within your power to do so. The Stoics viewed this confusion as the root cause of most emotional suffering. They pointed out that only our own acts of volition, our own intentions and judgments, if you like, are directly under our control. Sure, I can open the door, but that's always a consequence of my actions. Only my own voluntary actions themselves are truly under my control. When we judge external things to be good or bad, it's as though we forget what's under our control and try to overextend our sphere of responsibility. The Stoics view only their own actions as good or bad, virtuous or vicious, and therefore classify all external things as indifferent, because they're not entirely up to us in this sense. As we've seen, of course, the Stoics still believe it's reasonable to prefer health to disease, wealth to poverty, and so on. They argue, however, that we deceive ourselves when we invest too much value in external things. They also train themselves to gain cognitive distance by understanding that events don't seem the same to everyone. Our own perspective is just one of many. For instance, the majority of people are terrified of dying, but as Epictetus points out, Socrates wasn't afraid of death. Although he may have preferred to live, he was relatively indifferent to dying, as long as he met his end with wisdom and virtue. This used to be known as the ideal of a good death, from which our word euthanasia derives. However, for Socrates and the Stoics, a good death didn't so much mean a pleasant or peaceful death as one faced with wisdom and virtue. Knowing that not everyone sees a certain situation as catastrophic should make us more aware that the awfulness of it derives from our own thinking, our value judgments, and our way of responding, rather than the thing itself. Awfulness or badness is not a physical property. As Aristotle said, fire burns just the same in Greece as in Persia, but men's judgments about what's good or bad vary from one place to another. Marcus therefore compares our opinions to beams of sunlight, shining on external objects, not unlike Beck's analogy of looking at the world through tinted glasses. By realizing that our value judgments are projections, Marcus says we separate them from external events. He refers to this cognitive process as the purification or catharsis of the mind. In this chapter, we saw how the values Marcus learned from his birth family, such as simplicity and plain speech, clashed with those of the second sophistic and the rhetoricians at Hadrian's court. This led him to embrace the Stoics' radical use of language as a counter-rhetoric, through techniques such as redescribing events in more objective language, free from value judgments, an ancient precursor to decatastrophizing in modern cognitive therapy. Accepting this approach to describing our situation, whatever it may be, is a foundational step in learning the other Stoic practices. It leads to the next step, considering what resources or virtues you have that would allow you to cope better, or how a wise person might deal with the same situation. Whether we call it cognitive distancing or catharsis, we separate strong value judgments from external events by letting go of excessive attachment to things. You might find this a tricky concept at first, but coming back to Epictetus's famous saying, "It's not things that upset us, but our judgments about things," will serve you well as a guide. We've seen that Marcus's disillusionment with court life and formal rhetoric gradually led him to embrace philosophy more deeply. His personal mentor, Junius Rusticus, would persuade Marcus to undergo a more thorough conversion to Stoic philosophy and embrace it wholeheartedly as a way of life. Chapter 3. Contemplating the Sage. As a young man, Marcus Aurelius frequently became very angry, often struggling to avoid losing his temper. Later in life, he would thank the gods that he had been able to restrain himself from doing something in those moments that he might otherwise have regretted. He'd seen the damage caused by Hadrian's temper. During one infamous tantrum, the emperor had poked out the eye of some poor slave with the point of an iron stylus, presumably to the horror of onlookers. Once he'd come back to his senses, Hadrian apologetically asked the man if there was anything he could do to make it up to him. "All I want is my eye back," came the reply. His successor Antoninus was famously gentle and even-tempered, quite the opposite of Hadrian. In the first book of the Meditations, Marcus contemplates his adoptive father's virtues several times, even referring to himself as Antoninus' disciple. But Marcus makes no mention of any virtues possessed by Hadrian. Marcus clearly viewed Antoninus as the model of an ideal ruler, everything he aspired to become himself. Indeed, over a decade after Antoninus's death, Marcus was still carefully meditating on his example. The Stoics taught Marcus that anger is nothing but temporary madness, and that its consequences are often irreparable, as in the case of the slave's eye. They also provided him with the psychological concepts and set of tools he needed to master his own feelings of aggression. Marcus clearly wanted to be more like the humble, peaceful Antoninus than the arrogant and volatile Hadrian. He needed help achieving this, though. Ironically, he credits the man who most frequently provoked his anger with teaching him how to control it. Marcus's Stoic mentor, Junius Rusticus, often infuriated him, but also showed him how to recover his normal frame of mind. As we'll see, the Stoics had many specific techniques for anger management. One of them is to wait until our feelings have naturally abated and then calmly consider what someone wise would do in a similar situation. Marcus also learned from Rusticus how to be reconciled with others as soon as they were willing to make amends. Perhaps that was how Rusticus conducted himself when he detected that Marcus was becoming angry, providing an example of gracious behaviour that Marcus studied and emulated. Whereas Apollonius was a professional philosophy lecturer, Rusticus, also an expert in Stoicism, probably acted more as a mentor or private tutor. A Roman statesman of consular rank, Rusticus was roughly 20 years Marcus's senior. He appears to have been the grandson of a famous Stoic called Arulinus Rusticus, a friend and follower of Thrasea, the leader of the Stoic opposition. A political hero to Epictetus and his students, Rusticus himself was a highly esteemed man, both in private and public life. He was also intensely loyal to Marcus. Fronto, with typical hyperbole, says in his private letters that Rusticus would gladly surrender and sacrifice his life to preserve Marcus's little finger. Marcus clearly revered Rusticus, soon came to view himself as the Stoic's disciple, and remained devoted to him for decades, even after becoming emperor. For example, it was the custom in the imperial court for the emperor to greet his praetorian prefect with a kiss on the lips, but Marcus broke with this convention by always kissing Rusticus first when they met, as if he were greeting his own brother. This gesture made it clear to everyone that the philosopher occupied a special position at court. If Antoninus was Marcus's role model as an emperor, Rusticus undoubtedly provided the main example he sought to follow as a Stoic. As Marcus said elsewhere, philosophy was his mother, the court merely his stepmother. There's no doubt that Rusticus was the central figure in Marcus's development as a philosopher. However, Marcus makes it clear that one of the most important events in their relationship was when his tutor presented him with a set of notes on the lectures of Epictetus from his own personal library. Marcus probably meant the discourses recorded by Arrian, which he quotes several times in the Meditations. As we've seen, Arrian was a student of Epictetus who transcribed 8 volumes of his philosophical discussions, only 4 of which survive. We also have his shorter summary of Epictetus's sayings, the Handbook, or Enchiridion. Arrian was a prolific author in his own right, and a highly accomplished Roman general and statesman. Hadrian made him a senator, and later appointed him suffect consul for 131 AD, and he then served for 6 years as governor of Cappadocia, one of the most important military posts in the empire. During the reign of Antoninus, he retired to Athens, where he later served as archon, ruler and chief magistrate, before dying around the start of Marcus's reign. It's possible that Arrian is the missing link that connects Marcus and Rusticus to Epictetus. Arrian was about a decade older than Rusticus, and they likely knew each other. Indeed, Themistius, a Roman philosopher of the 4th century, speaks of them together. Hadrian, Antoninus and Marcus, he says, pulled Arrian and Rusticus away from their books, refusing to let them be mere pen and ink philosophers. The emperors didn't let Arrian and Rusticus write about courage while remaining safely at home, composing legal treatises while avoiding public life, or pondering the best form of administration while abstaining from participation in the government of Rome, we're told. Instead, they were escorted from the study of Stoic philosophy to the general's tent and to the speaker's platform. Themistius adds that while serving as Roman generals, Arrian and Rusticus passed through the Caspian gates, drove the Alani out of Armenia, and established boundaries for the Iberians and the Albani. In reward for these military achievements, the two were appointed consuls, and they governed the great city of Rome and presided over the Senate. The examples of men like these who went before Marcus, statesmen and military commanders inspired by Stoicism, encouraged him to believe he could be both an emperor and a philosopher. We know that Rusticus was appointed consul for the second time the year after Marcus was acclaimed emperor. He also served as urban prefect from 162 to 168 AD, effectively making him Marcus's right-hand man at Rome during the first phase of his reign. Rusticus died shortly after this period, perhaps another victim of the plague, and Marcus asked the Senate to erect several statues in his honour. As with his other tutors, Marcus kept a statuette of Rusticus in his personal shrine and offered sacrifices to his memory. So that leaves us with an odd question. What exactly did Rusticus do to irritate the future emperor so badly? The answer may lie in the nature of their relationship. Marcus tells himself in the Meditations that when learning to read and write, you cannot be a teacher without having first been a student, and that this is even truer for the art of living. Students of Stoicism benefited from the wisdom of their teachers by treating them both as models whose behaviour they sought to emulate, and mentors to whose advice they could listen. Rusticus certainly provided a living example of wisdom and virtue to Marcus. In the Meditations he mentions that Rusticus was one of 3 tutors, along with Apollonius of Chalcedon and Sextus of Chaeronea, who exemplified Stoicism for him as a way of life. He was also there to counsel him, though, offering guidance and moral correction. Indeed, Marcus said that it was Rusticus who showed him that he was in need of moral training and Stoic psychological therapy, or therapia. This may explain the tension in their relationship. Marcus clearly loved Rusticus dearly as a friend and looked up to him as a teacher, but he also found him exasperating at times, presumably because he frequently drew the young Caesar's attention to flaws in his character. We can perhaps infer which aspects of Marcus's character Rusticus challenged, based upon comments in the Meditations. For example, Rusticus taught him not to be pretentious, encouraging him to dress like a normal citizen where possible. He also taught Marcus to be a careful and patient student of philosophy, to read attentively, rather than just skimming things, and not to be swayed too easily by speakers who have a silver tongue. Epictetus likewise told his students repeatedly that they should not speak about philosophy lightly, like the sophists, but rather show its fruits in their very character and actions. In typically blunt fashion, he told them that sheep don't vomit up grass to show the shepherds how much they've eaten, but rather digest their food inwardly, and produce good wool and milk outwardly. The most important change Rusticus brought about, however, was that he persuaded Marcus to sideline the formal study of Latin rhetoric expected of a Roman noble in favour of a greater commitment to Stoic philosophy as a way of life. Rusticus the philosopher and Fronto the rhetorician, Marcus's 2 most important tutors, appear to have vied for his attention for nearly a decade, but Rusticus finally won. Scholars date this conversion to around 146 AD, when Marcus was 25. He confesses in a letter to Fronto that he has been unable to concentrate on his studies in Latin rhetoric. He's overcome with a mixture of joy and anguish after reading some books by a philosopher named Aristo. Most scholars believe this must have been Aristo of Chios, a student of Zeno's, who had rebelled against his teachings and adopted a simpler and more austere version of Stoicism, resembling cynicism. Perhaps Rusticus or one of his other Stoic tutors shared these writings with Marcus. Aristo rejected the study of logic and metaphysics, arguing that the primary concern of philosophers should be the study of ethics, an attitude we can find echoed in the Meditations. Marcus told Fronto that Aristo's writings tormented him, making him conscious of how far his own character fell short of virtue. Your pupil blushes over and over again and grows angry with himself, because at the age of 25, I have not yet absorbed any of these excellent teachings and purer principles into my soul. The young Caesar was genuinely in turmoil. He felt depressed and angry and lost his appetite. He also mentions feeling envious of others, perhaps meaning that he yearned to dedicate himself to Stoicism and become like the philosophers he admired. It was around this time that Marcus began to distance himself from sophists like Fronto and Herodes Atticus. What was the process of being mentored by a Stoic philosopher actually like, though? Why did it have such a profound and lasting impact on Marcus? The Stoics wrote several books describing their psychotherapy of the passions, including one by Chrysippus, the third head of the school, titled The Therapeutics. Unfortunately, these are all lost to us today. However, a treatise entitled On the Diagnosis and Cure of the Soul's Passions survives, written by Marcus's celebrated physician Galen. A polymath with an eclectic taste in philosophy, Galen had initially studied under a Stoic called Philopater, and he drew upon early Stoic philosophy, quoting Zeno in his own account of diagnosing and curing unhealthy passions. This may give us some clues about the nature of the Stoic therapy Marcus went through with Rusticus. As a young man, Galen wondered why the Delphic oracle's maxim, to know thyself, should be held in such high regard. Doesn't everybody already know himself? He gradually came to realize, though, that only the very wisest among us ever truly know ourselves. The rest of us, as Galen observed, tend to fall into the trap of supposing either that we are completely without fault, or that our flaws are few, mild, and infrequent. Indeed, those who assume that they have the fewest flaws are often the ones most deeply flawed in the eyes of others. This is illustrated by one of Aesop's fables, which says that each of us is born with two sacks suspended from our neck, one filled with the faults of others that hangs within our view, and one hidden behind our back, filled with our own faults. We see the flaws of others quite clearly, in other words, but we have a blind spot for our own. The New Testament likewise asks why we look at the tiny splinter of wood in our brother's eye, yet pay no attention to the great plank of wood obscuring our own view. Galen says that Plato explained this well when he said that lovers are typically blind regarding the one they love. As we in a sense love ourselves most of all, we're also most blind with regard to our own faults. The majority of us therefore struggle to attain the self-awareness required to improve our lives. Galen's solution to this problem is for us to find a suitable mentor, in whose wisdom and experience we can genuinely trust. Anyone can tell when a singer is truly dreadful, but it takes an expert to notice very subtle flaws in a performance. Likewise, it takes a person of moral wisdom to discern slight defects in another person's character. We all know that someone is angry when their face turns red and they start yelling, but a true expert in human nature would be able to tell when someone is just on the verge of getting angry, perhaps before they even realize it themselves. We should therefore make the effort to acquire an older and wiser friend, one renowned for honesty and plain speaking, who has mastered the same passions with which we need help, who can properly identify our vices and tell us frankly when we're going astray in life. What Galen is describing sounds somewhat like the relationship between a modern-day counsellor or psychotherapist and their client. However, a better comparison would probably be with the mentoring or sponsorship provided by recovering drug or alcohol addicts to those who are in recovery and struggling with similar habits, the help of a more experienced fellow patient, as Seneca puts it. Of course, finding an appropriate mentor is still easier said than done. Marcus wrote that anyone who truly wants to achieve wisdom through Stoicism will make it his priority in life to cultivate his own character and seek help from others who share similar values. That seems like the role Junius Rusticus played for him. We should ask that person if they notice any unhealthy passions in us, says Galen, assuring them that we are not going to be offended if they speak frankly. Galen also explains that the novice is bound to feel that some of his mentor's observations are unfair, but he must learn to listen patiently and take criticism on the chin without becoming irritated. From what Marcus says, that was probably quite challenging for him at first, although Rusticus was good at smoothing things over. Marcus had another Stoic tutor, called Catullus, about whom we know very little. Marcus observed that Catullus was a man who paid attention to his friends when they found fault in his character, Even if they did so unjustly, he would always try to address matters and restore their friendship. Through their own behaviour, therefore, Rusticus and Catullus both showed Marcus that a wise man should welcome criticism from his friends. The Stoics clearly inherited their love of plain speaking from their predecessors, the Cynics, who were renowned for speaking very bluntly and criticising even powerful rulers. In a sense, it was the duty and privilege of a true philosopher to speak truth to power. One of the most famous legends about Diogenes the Cynic tells how Alexander the Great sought out the philosopher. It's a juxtaposition of opposites. Diogenes lived like a beggar, and Alexander was the most powerful man in the known world. However, when Alexander asked Diogenes if there was anything he could do for him, the Cynic is supposed to have replied that he could step aside, as he was blocking the sun. Diogenes could speak to Alexander as if they were equals, because he was indifferent to wealth and power. Alexander is said to have walked off and returned to his conquests, apparently without having gained much wisdom. As was often the case, the Stoics adopted a more moderate approach, and they were concerned that their speech should not only be honest and simple, but also appropriate to the needs of the hearer. There's no point in speaking plainly to people if it doesn't benefit them. Throughout the Meditations, Marcus makes many references to the value he places on speaking the truth, but he also consistently recognizes the importance of communicating it appropriately. For instance, Alexander of Cataeum, his childhood grammarian, made a lifelong impression on Marcus by the tactful way he would correct those making a verbal error. If someone used a word incorrectly, Alexander would not overtly criticize the speaker. He never interrupted them or challenged them on the spot. Instead, the grammarian had a more artful and indirect way of steering them in the right direction. Marcus noticed that Alexander would subtly drop in the correct expression while replying or discussing some other topic. If the real goal for Stoics is wisdom, then sometimes just blurting out the truth isn't enough. We have to put more effort into communicating with others effectively. Diplomacy was, of course, particularly important to Marcus. His duties as Caesar and later as emperor involved handling highly sensitive discussions, such as negotiations over peace treaties with foreign enemies. We can clearly see from his personal correspondence that he was a charming and tactful man with an impressive ability to resolve conflicts between his friends. Indeed, Fronto waxes lyrical about this, extolling his young student's ability to unite all his friends together in harmony, something the rhetorician compares to the mythic power of Orpheus to tame savage beasts through the music of his lyre. Throughout Marcus's reign, he doubtlessly averted many serious problems through his patient diplomacy and sensitive use of language. Indeed, he even reminds himself that he should always be tactful and honest with whoever he's speaking to, especially in the Senate. In addition to having this innate talent, Marcus learned a great deal from the Stoics about how a wise man should try to communicate with others. Apollonius of Chalcedon, for instance, was not a man to hold back his words, yet he balanced his self-confidence with open-mindedness. Marcus describes how another of his most beloved teachers, Sextus of Chaeronea, came across as both very serious and plain-spoken, yet he was exceptionally patient with the unlearned and even the opinionated. Correcting someone else's vices, Marcus says, is like pointing out that they have bad breath. It requires considerable tact. However, he noticed that Sextus won the respect of all sorts of people by skillfully adapting his conversation so that it seemed more charming than any flattery, even while he was speaking frankly or disagreeing with them. Clearly, Stoics like Marcus placed a lot more value on manners and civility than the Cynics did. The Stoics realized that to communicate wisely, we must phrase things appropriately. Indeed, according to Epictetus, the most striking characteristic of Socrates was that he never became irritated during an argument. He was always polite and refrained from speaking harshly, even when others insulted him. He patiently endured much abuse, and yet was able to put an end to most quarrels in a calm and rational manner. We can imagine that when Rusticus challenged Marcus over his behaviour, his remarks, though sometimes provocative and close to the bone, were probably judicious enough that his young student benefited from them, without feeling humiliated. How can we find mentors with such tact, though? Galen admits that you're not likely to meet many people like Diogenes the Cynic, who was brave enough even to speak plainly to Alexander the Great. What's required first is a more general openness to criticism. We should give everyone we meet permission to tell us what our faults are, according to Galen, and resolve not to be angry with any of them. Indeed, Marcus tells himself both to enter into every man's mind, to study their judgments and values, and to let every man enter into his. If anyone gives him a valid reason to believe that he's going astray, either in terms of thought or action, he says he will gladly change his ways. Marcus sought to make it his priority in life to get to the truth of matters, reminding himself that nobody has ever really been harmed in this way, but that those who cling to error and ignorance harm themselves. We're told this advice goes back to Zeno. Most men are eager to point out their neighbour's flaws, he said, whether we ask them to or not. So instead of resenting it, we should welcome criticism from others as one of life's inevitabilities and turn it to our advantage by making all men into our teachers. Galen therefore says that if we desire to learn wisdom, we must be ready to listen to anyone we encounter and show gratitude not to those who flatter us, but to those who rebuke us. This doesn't mean we should trust all opinions equally, of course. Marcus makes it clear that we must train ourselves to discriminate good advice from bad, and learn not to preoccupy ourselves with the opinions of foolish people. It's prudent to listen carefully to most of the people we meet in life, but not give equal weight to all opinions. Rather, by welcoming criticism and accepting it dispassionately, we can gradually learn to sort through it rationally and discern good advice from bad. Sometimes, indeed, we learn most from the mistakes of others. However, as Galen observes, we should place more trust in the counsel of individuals who provide us with consistent evidence of their wisdom and virtue. Nevertheless, if we exercise caution, we can learn from all people, while we look for someone like Rusticus, a friend whose wisdom we can trust implicitly. For a relationship of this kind to work, though, the student must be scrupulously honest with their mentor. In one passage, Marcus imagines a wise teacher instructing someone to think of nothing he would be unwilling to say aloud, uncensored, as soon as it comes into his mind. Marcus doubts that the majority of us could really endure this for even a single day because we foolishly put more value in other people's opinions than on our own. And yet he aspired to this level of transparency. He says that we should imagine someone asking, "What's going on right now in your mind?" without warning, and that we should be able to answer truthfully without feeling the need to blush. Marcus says he wants his soul to be naked and simple, more visible even than the body that surrounds it. Elsewhere he goes even further, and like a cynic, says we should never crave anything in life that requires walls or curtains. On one hand, these are expressions of Marcus's desire to work towards a lofty moral ideal, being so pure of heart that he has nothing to hide from anyone. However, he's also alluding to a very powerful therapeutic strategy. Being observed can help us develop greater self-awareness and correct our behaviour, especially if we're in the presence of someone we admire, such as a trusted mentor. Even in the absence of your own Rusticus, however, just imagining that you're being observed by someone wise and benevolent can potentially have similar benefits, especially if you pretend that your innermost thoughts and feelings are somehow visible to them. If we wish to improve ourselves, Galen says that we must never relax our vigilance, not even for a single hour. How on earth do we do that? He explains that Zeno of Citium taught that we should act carefully in all things, just as if we were going to answer for it to our teachers shortly thereafter. That's a rather clever mind trick that turns Stoic mentoring into a kind of mindfulness practice. Imagining that we're being observed helps us to pay more attention to our own character and behaviour. A Stoic in training, like the young Marcus, would have been advised always to exercise self-awareness by monitoring his own thoughts, actions and feelings, perhaps as if his mentor Rusticus were continually observing him. Epictetus told his students that just as someone who walks barefoot is cautious not to step on a nail or twist his ankle, they should be careful throughout the day not to harm their own character by lapsing into errors of moral judgment. In modern therapy, it's common for clients who are making progress to wonder between sessions what their therapist might say about the thoughts they have. For example, they might be worrying about something and suddenly imagine the voice of their therapist challenging them with questions like, "Where's the evidence for those fears being true?" Or, "How's worrying like this actually working out for you?" The very notion of someone else observing your thoughts and feelings can be enough to make you pause and consider them. Of course, if you occasionally talk to a mentor or therapist about your experiences, it's much easier to imagine their presence when they're not around. Even if you don't have someone like this in your life, you can still envision that you're being observed by a wise and supportive friend. If you read about Marcus Aurelius enough, for instance, you may experiment by imagining that he's your companion as you perform some challenging task or face a difficult situation. How would you behave differently just knowing he was by your side? What do you think he might say about your behaviour? If he could read your mind, how would he comment on your thoughts and feelings? You can pick your own mentor, of course, but you get the idea. I think it's possible that this is, in part, what Marcus was doing by writing the Meditations. Rusticus probably died around 170 AD, while Marcus was away commanding the legions on the northern frontier during the First Marcomannic War. There is some evidence to suggest he may have started work in the Meditations around the same time. It's tempting then to wonder if he did so in response to the loss of his friend and tutor. As we've seen, Marcus described being surrounded by people who opposed his views and even wished him gone. It sounds as though he really felt the absence at this time of a friend like Rusticus, who shared his philosophical beliefs and most cherished values. If Marcus did start creating these notes for himself shortly after the loss of his Stoic mentor, his purpose may have been to assume responsibility for mentoring himself. Even today, writing exercises such as keeping a therapy journal are a popular form of self-help. However, in addition to aphorisms crafted by Marcus and sayings he quoted from famous poets and philosophers, the Meditations contains little snippets of dialogue. These could be quotations from lecture notes, such as the copy of Epictetus's discourses that Rusticus gave him, or they could be fictional dialogues invented by Marcus, using his imagination to conjure up an inner mentor. Perhaps they were even fragments of remembered conversations Marcus may have had with his tutors many years earlier. For example, one of them can be paraphrased as follows. Teacher, piece by piece, one action after another, you must build up your life and be content if each individual act, as far as fate permits, achieves its goal. Student, but what if there is some external obstacle that prevents me from achieving my goal? Teacher, there can be no obstacle to a man's efforts to approach things wisely, justly, and with self-awareness. Student, but what if some outward aspect of my behaviour is hindered? Teacher, well then a cheerful acceptance of that hindrance is required, along with a tactful shift to doing what circumstances allow. This will enable you to substitute another course of action, one in keeping with the overall scheme of life that we're talking about. Galen suggested that imitating a role model is more appropriate in our youth. Later in life, as we take more responsibility for our own character, it becomes important to follow specific philosophical principles and practice living by them. Over the years, with more experience, we should develop more self-awareness and become able to spot our own errors without needing the help of a mentor. Moreover, we gradually learn to weaken passions such as anger through disciplined practice and checking their expression at an early stage. Doing this frequently will eventually make us less prone to experiencing such feelings in the first place. Marcus had trained in philosophy for over 3 decades by the time Rusticus passed away, so as he began writing the Meditations, he was probably well prepared to enter the next phase in his psychological development as a Stoic. How to follow your values. The term mentor comes from Homer's Odyssey. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and virtue, disguises herself as a friend of Odysseus named Mentor, so that she can counsel his son Telemachus, who is in grave danger. She remains by their side, during the ultimate battle against Odysseus's enemies, encouraging the hero toward victory. Marcus said that even aspiring Stoics should not be ashamed to seek the help of others, just as an injured soldier besieging a fortress does not blush to accept a leg up from his comrades in mounting the battlements. Not everyone has a rusticus to get them over the ramparts, however. If you can find someone in whom you can trust, like Galen describes, that's great. In truth, though, most people will probably have to rely on other modelling strategies, as Marcus perhaps did after the death of Rusticus. These fall into two main categories: writing and imagining. Even if you don't have a real-life mentor following you around, you can still benefit from the concept by using your imagination. Marcus, like other ancient philosophers, conjured the images of various advisors and role models in his mind. He also believed it was important to consider the character and actions of famous historical philosophers. At one point he says that the writings of the Ephesians, possibly meaning the followers of Heraclitus, contained the advice to think constantly of individuals from previous generations who demonstrated exemplary virtue. As we've seen, the story of Zeno begins with him being given the cryptic advice to take on the colour of dead men by studying the wisdom of previous generations. Marcus tells himself to focus his attention on the minds of wise men, particularly their underlying principles, and carefully consider what these men avoid and what they pursue in life. In the Meditations, he names the philosophers he most admires: Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Socrates, Diogenes the Cynic, Chrysippus, and Epictetus. Of course, you might even choose Marcus himself as a role model if you're studying his life and philosophy. Your first step is to write down the virtues exhibited by someone you respect. Listing the qualities you most admire in another person, just as Marcus does in the first book of the Meditations, is a simple and powerful exercise. He explains in a later chapter that he contemplates the virtues of those who lived with him in order to raise his spirits, the energy of one, the modesty of another, the generosity of a third, and so on. Nothing cheers our soul, he says, like the people close to us exhibiting virtue in their lives, and for that very reason we should treasure those examples and keep the memory of them fresh. Writing things down will often make the image more vivid and memorable. Stoics considered this a healthy source of joy. Writing down your ideas about what makes another person admirable, mulling them over and revising them, gives you an opportunity to process them. With practice, you'll be able to visualize the character traits you're describing more easily. Over a decade after Antoninus's death, for example, Marcus was still reminding himself to remain a faithful disciple to him in all areas of life. Although not a philosopher himself, Antoninus seems to have naturally possessed many of the virtues praised by the Stoics. In the Meditations, Marcus said that it was Antoninus who showed him that an emperor could win the respect of his subjects without bodyguards, expensive robes, precious ornaments, statues, and all other such trappings of his station in life. His adoptive father taught Marcus that it was possible for him, despite his status as Caesar, to live in a manner close to that of a private citizen, without losing status or neglecting his responsibilities. Following the example of Antoninus, he therefore reminds himself not to be stained purple and turned into a Caesar. Rather, Marcus sought to dye his mind deeply with the same virtues he observed in others, striving, as he put it, to remain the person philosophy sought to make him. Marcus contemplates Antoninus's vigorous commitment to reason, his simple piety, his unshakable inner peace and calm demeanour. Marcus even says that his father was like Socrates in his ability to abstain from things that the majority are too weak to do without, and to enjoy things in moderation that most people cannot enjoy without going to excess. He tells himself that if he can emulate all of these virtues, then he'll be able to meet his own final hour with the same equanimity and clear conscience that Antoninus showed on his deathbed. In addition to the virtues of real people, the Stoics were also known for contemplating the hypothetical character of an ideal sage or wise person. There are several passages where Marcus appears to be doing this. these descriptions inevitably seem a bit more abstract and grandiose. For example, he says that the perfect wise man is like a true priest of the gods, at one with the divine element of reason within himself. He is neither corrupted by pleasure nor injured by pain, and he remains untouched by insults. The true sage is like a fighter in the noblest of fights, dyed deep with justice. With his whole being, he accepts everything that befalls him as assigned to him by fate. He seldom concerns himself with what others say or do, unless it's for the common good. He naturally cares for all rational beings, as though they were his brothers and sisters. He is not swayed by the opinions of just anyone, but he gives special heed to the wise who live in agreement with nature. Marcus is trying here to describe human perfection to himself and to envisage an ideal sage who completely embodies the Stoic goal of life. In addition to asking ourselves what qualities the ideal wise person might have, we can ask what qualities we might hope to possess in the distant future. For instance, what sort of person would you hope to be after having trained in Stoicism for 10 or 20 years? At one point, Marcus seems to be describing the long-term goals of the Stoic therapy process he went through with Rusticus. He says that in the mind of one who has been chastened and thoroughly purified, there is no festering sore beneath the surface, and nothing that would not bear examination or would hide from the light. There is no longer anything servile or phony about someone who has achieved this, he adds, and they are neither dependent on others nor alienated from them. Those are both therapy goals for Stoics and the goals of life. Writing down the virtues possessed by a hypothetical wise man or woman, or those we aspire to ourselves, is usually a very beneficial exercise. It may also be useful for you to formulate descriptions of 2 or 3 specific individuals and compare these to a more general description of an ideal. These could be real acquaintances from your life, historical figures, or even fictional characters. The important thing is to process the information by reflecting on it and revising it where necessary. Allow some time to pass and then come back to review and improve your descriptions. Consider how specific virtues, such as wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation, might be exhibited by role models you've chosen. In general, thinking things over and looking at these ideas from different perspectives, however you choose to do it, can be helpful in terms of self-improvement. Having spent some time on writing exercises, you will more easily be able to picture things in your mind's eye. The best way to do this is to imagine a role model whose strengths you've identified coping with a challenging situation. The Stoics asked themselves, what would Socrates or Zeno do? Marcus likely asked himself how Rusticus and his other teachers would cope with the difficult situations he faced in life. He undoubtedly asked himself what Antoninus would do. Psychologists call this modelling someone's behaviour. We've already touched upon it briefly in our discussion of decatastrophizing in cognitive therapy. You might want to ask yourself, for example, what would Marcus do? In addition to visualising people to model their behaviour, you can also model their attitudes. Stoics might ask themselves, what would Socrates or Zeno say about this? You can imagine your personal role model, or even a whole panel of Stoic sages giving you advice. What would they tell you to do? What advice would they give? Pose these types of questions to yourself as you picture them in your imagination, and try to formulate what the response would be. Turn it into a longer discussion if that helps. Again, if you're modelling Marcus Aurelius, ask yourself, what would Marcus say? Modelling is typically followed by the mental rehearsal of behaviour change, picturing yourself acting more like your role models, or imagining yourself following their advice. This often takes several attempts. Think of it as trial and error learning. Imagine yourself coping with the challenges you expect to face and exhibiting the virtues you want to learn. You'll probably find it more helpful to picture yourself improving in small increments rather than immediately mastering the whole situation. That's known as the benefit of coping imagery over mastery imagery. Don't try to run before you can walk by setting unrealistic goals. Just rehearse a few simple changes in your behaviour to get started. Small changes can often have big consequences anyway. When teaching people to employ Stoic practices, I found it helpful to have a simple framework for daily Stoic practices. It involves a learning cycle with a beginning, middle, and end, which then repeats each day. In the morning, you prepare for the day ahead. Throughout the day, you try to live consistently in accord with your values. And in the evening, you review your progress and prepare to repeat the cycle again the next day. I'll refer to the Stoic exercises used at the beginning and end of each day as the morning and evening meditations. Having a daily routine like this makes it much easier to be consistent in your practice. This framework also fits in neatly with our discussion of modelling and mentoring. During your morning meditation, consider what tasks you have to complete and what challenges you must overcome. Ask yourself, what would my role model do? And try to imagine them dealing with the same situation you're about to face. Mentally rehearse the virtues you want to exhibit. Throughout the day, try continually to be self-aware, as if a wise mentor or teacher is observing you. We call this Stoic mindfulness today, but the Stoics meant something similar by prosoche, or paying attention to yourself. Keep an eye on how you use your mind and body, particularly the value judgments you make in different situations, and watch out for subtle feelings of anger, fear, sadness, or unhealthy desires, as well as bad habits. During your evening meditation, review how things actually went, perhaps going over the key events of the day 2 or 3 times in your mind's eye. What would your imaginary mentors say? What advice might they give you about doing things differently next time? This is your opportunity to learn from experience and prepare for the morning when you'll plan your behaviour and rehearse things again in an ongoing cycle of self-improvement. You might ask yourself, for example, what would Marcus Aurelius say about how I fared today? The ancients did something similar. Galen said that his own daily routine involved contemplating a famous poem about philosophy called the Golden Verses of Pythagoras. Seneca and Epictetus mention it as well, and it may have influenced other Stoics. Galen recommends reading its verses twice, first silently and then aloud. He suggests that we call to mind each day the areas for improvement that our mentor has helped us identify. We should do this as frequently as possible, but at the very least, he says, at dawn, before we begin our daily tasks, and toward evening, before we're about to rest. Regarding the morning meditation, Galen says that as soon as you rise from bed and begin considering each of the tasks ahead, you should ask yourself 2 questions. Number 1, what would the consequences be if you acted as a slave to your passions? And number 2, how would your day differ if you acted more rationally, exhibiting wisdom and self-discipline? Marcus discusses how to prepare for the day ahead at least 4 times in the meditations. He mentions that the Pythagoreans used to contemplate the stars each morning, thinking of their consistency, purity, and nakedness as symbolic of man living with wisdom, virtue, and simplicity. He likewise tells himself, on awakening, that he's rising to fulfill his potential for wisdom, and not just to be a puppet of bodily sensations, swayed by pleasant feelings or turned aside by discomfort. He tells himself to love his nature and his capacity for reason, and to do his best to live accordingly. As we'll see later, he also gives himself very specific advice about how to deal with difficult people without becoming frustrated or resentful. This famous passage from the Golden Verses, which Epictetus quoted to his students, describes the evening meditation. Allow not sleep to close your wearied eyes until you have reckoned up each daytime deed. Where did I go wrong? What did I do? And what duties left undone? From first to last review your acts, and then reprove yourself for wretched acts, but rejoice in those done well. You can ask yourself these 3 very simple questions. Number 1, what did you do badly? Did you allow yourself to be ruled by irrational fears or unhealthy desires? Did you act badly or allow yourself to indulge in irrational thoughts? Number 2, what did you do well? Did you make progress by acting wisely? Praise yourself and reinforce what you want to repeat. And number 3, what could you do differently? Did you omit any opportunities to exercise virtue or strength of character? How could you have handled things better? As we've seen, young Stoics being observed or questioned by a trusted mentor became deeply mindful of their thoughts and actions. To some extent, knowing that you're going to cross-examine yourself at the end of the day can have a similar effect. It forces you to pay more attention to your conduct throughout the day. Marcus reminded himself of a pithy saying from Heraclitus: "We ought not to act and speak as if we were asleep." We need to make an effort to awaken our self-awareness, in other words. Following this daily routine, in a sense, helps us to do that by acting like a mentor to ourselves. This regimen will make you more aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions. You can also foster self-awareness by questioning yourself regularly throughout the day in the way the Stoics describe. For example, Marcus frequently examines his own character and actions, perhaps posing the sort of questions a Stoic mentor might have asked. He asked himself in different situations, "What use am I now making of my soul?" He probed his own mind, scrutinizing the fundamental values he was taking for granted. "Whose soul do I now have?" he would ask. "Am I behaving like a child, a tyrant, a sheep, a wolf? Or am I fulfilling my true potential as a rational being? For what purpose am I currently using my mind? Am I being foolish? Am I alienated from other people? Am I letting myself be dragged off course by fear and desire? What passions are there right now in my mind?" You might also ask yourself, how's this actually working out? Sometimes it's necessary to interrupt the things you're doing out of habit so that you can ask yourself whether they're actually healthy or unhealthy for you in the long run. The Stoics employed the Socratic method of questioning, the elenchus, which exposes contradictions in the beliefs of the person being questioned, a bit like the cross-examination of a witness in a court of law. They believed above all that the wise man is consistent in both his thoughts and actions. Foolish people, by contrast, vacillate, driven by contradictory passions which flutter from one thing to another like butterflies. That's why we often hear the Stoics praising the wise man for remaining the same, no matter what he faces. Even his facial expression and demeanour remain consistent come rain or shine. Marcus quite probably underwent this sort of questioning from Rusticus and his other Stoic tutors as part of the Stoic therapy. One of the main things it tends to highlight is any contradiction between the values we use to guide our own lives, or the things we desire, and the values we use to judge other people, are what we find praiseworthy and blameworthy. Therapists today would call this a double standard. This sort of Socratic questioning forms part of an approach called values clarification, which has been around since the 1970s, but has recently gone through a resurgence of popularity among therapists and researchers. By deeply reflecting on our values each day and attempting to describe them concisely, we can develop a clearer sense of direction in life. You might do this by posing questions to yourself such as the following. What's ultimately the most important thing in life to you? What do you really want your life to stand for or represent? What do you want to be remembered for after you're dead? What sort of person do you most want to be in life? What sort of character do you want to have? What would you want written on your tombstone? These questions are similar to the well-known therapy technique of imagining the eulogies at your own funeral and asking yourself what, ideally, you would want people to remember you for. Think of Ebenezer Scrooge in Dickens's A Christmas Carol, who has a sort of moral epiphany after the ghost of Christmas Future confronts him with a troubling vision of people reacting to his death and tombstone. Another useful values clarification technique for students of Stoicism involves making two short lists in side-by-side columns headed Desired and Admired. Column 1, Desired, the things you most desire for yourself in life. Column 2, admired. The qualities you find most praiseworthy and admirable in other people. These two lists are, at first, virtually never identical. Why are they different? And how would your life change if you desired for yourself the qualities you find admirable in other people? As the Stoics might put it, what would happen if you were to make virtue your number one priority in life? The most important aspect of this values clarification exercise for Stoics would be to grasp the true nature of man's highest good, to elucidate our most fundamental goal, and to live accordingly. Everything in Stoicism ultimately refers back to the goal of grasping the true nature of the good and living accordingly. Once you clarify your core values, you can compare them to the Stoic cardinal virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. People find it surprisingly helpful to set aside even a few minutes per day to reflect deeply upon their values. Indeed, values clarification has become an integral part of modern evidence-based treatments for clinical depression. Clarifying our values and trying to live more consistently in accord with them can help us gain a greater sense of direction and meaning in life, leading to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Try brainstorming small ways in which you can do things that satisfy your core values each day. Don't be too ambitious. Just begin with small changes. Then during your evening meditation, you might literally give yourself marks out of 10 for virtue, or rather for living up to your core values. This will encourage you to think more deeply about ways you can progress toward embodying your values. Remember, the fundamental goal of life for Stoics, the highest good, is to act consistently in accord with reason and virtue. In this chapter, we've looked at the role Junius Rusticus played in Marcus's life as a Stoic tutor and mentor. He persuaded Marcus as a young Caesar that he would benefit from moral training and Stoic therapy of the passions. We've reconstructed an account of Stoic therapy or therapia based on the description given by Marcus's personal physician Galen, which draws on Chrysippus's Lost Therapeutics, and combined this account with relevant passages from the Meditations. We've also described how to benefit from similar practices today, whether or not you have a real mentor you can turn to. The mentor's role can be seen in terms of modelling both behaviours and attitudes. You can use different writing and visualization exercises to simulate the Stoic process of mentoring. We've also seen how the golden verses of Pythagoras provided Galen, Seneca, and Epictetus with a framework for Stoic therapy by dividing the day into 3 stages: morning meditation, mindfulness during the day, and evening meditation. We introduced the concept of values clarification from modern therapy. Reflecting upon and clarifying your core values can help combat depression and other emotional problems, especially once you make a consistent effort to live more in accord with your truest values each day. You can compare these values to the Stoic virtues and explore them from different perspectives by following the daily routine. Keep coming back to the question, what's the most important thing in life? Or as the Stoics would say, what's the true nature of the good? Even setting aside a few minutes each day to clarify your values and do things that are consistent with them can be very beneficial. Remember, small changes of this kind can often have surprisingly large effects. The ideas in this chapter will help you apply the many other Stoic concepts and techniques that you're about to learn by providing you with a framework for your daily practice. This simple learning cycle alone, when used properly, will be enough for many people to see improvements in their character and emotional resilience, especially combined with their own reading and study of the Stoic texts. Self-scrutiny of this kind appears to have been an important aspect of training in ancient Stoicism. As Socrates said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Chapter 4. The Choice of Hercules. Marcus put his head in his hands and groaned. It wasn't the devastation caused by the Antonine Plague, or the growing threat of barbarian invasion from the north that made him despair for the future of Rome. Rather, it was a party thrown by his brother Lucius Verus. Lucius and Marcus had always been quite different characters, even though they ruled together. But as the years passed, their lives grew further and further apart. Whereas Marcus increasingly turned to philosophy as his guide, Lucius became notorious for being a hedonist and something of a hellraiser. The family ties of Roman nobles could be convoluted. Lucius was not only Marcus's adoptive brother, but also his son-in-law, having married Marcus's daughter Lucilla. It was therefore said that Marcus looked on him more like a son than a brother. Upon being acclaimed emperor, Marcus's first act had been to have Lucius appointed co-emperor to rule jointly with him, the first arrangement of its kind in Roman history. Lucius was given Marcus's family name, Verus. Formerly he'd been known as Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus. Lucius was a handsome and charismatic young man who probably looked more comfortable than Marcus in the purple robes of an emperor. As the Historia Augusta says, Lucius Verus was well-proportioned in person and genial of expression. His beard was allowed to grow long, almost in the style of the barbarians. He was tall and stately in appearance, for his forehead projected somewhat over his eyebrows. He took such pride in his yellow hair, it's said, that he used to sift gold dust on his head in order that his hair, thus brightened, might seem even yellower. However, although Marcus and Lucius both held the title of emperor, Lucius was clearly subordinate to Marcus, and obeyed him in a manner comparable to that of a provincial governor or an army lieutenant. One reason Marcus had appointed a co-emperor was that Lucius arguably had a claim on the throne, as we've seen. Lucius's natural father died before he could succeed Hadrian, so it was wise of Marcus to persuade the Senate that he should share power with his brother, in order to avoid the rise of opposing factions. The Senate feared nothing more than civil war tearing the empire apart, and this measure helped ensure political stability. The histories also imply that Marcus's poor health influenced the decision. As Lucius was younger by 9 years and in much better physical condition, he was primed to outlive Marcus and become his successor. Joint rule meant, of course, that if one emperor died suddenly, the other would remain in power, reducing the risk of conflict over the succession. Moreover, the historian Cassius Dio described Lucius as a younger and more vigorous man, better suited for military enterprises. As far as we're aware, Lucius never saw any military service as a young man, but at first he was perhaps more popular with the legions than Marcus. His father had at least served briefly as governor and military commander of Pannonia. As soon as Marcus and Lucius were acclaimed as co-emperors, Marcus sent Lucius to address the legions on his behalf and effectively began treating him as his representative with the military. Marcus and his advisors obviously had the impression that Lucius could be a general in the making. He turned out to be completely useless in this role, because he lacked the sense of duty and self-discipline necessary for military life, preferring instead to spend his time drinking and entertaining his friends. Indeed, Lucius was known for his love of extravagant parties, in marked contrast to his brother. The party that caused Marcus so much concern cost roughly the equivalent of an entire legion's annual pay. The main expense seems to have been the extravagant gifts the Emperor Lucius showered on his guests. They first received exquisite carving knives and platters and live animals of the same type as they were eating during each course, a menagerie of birds and four-legged creatures. Then they were given fine goblets made from semi-precious stones and Alexandrine crystal. Next, silver, gold and jewelled cups, garlands entwined with gold ribbons and out-of-season flowers, and golden vases containing rare ointments were handed out. The guests were entertained by private gladiatorial bouts, and they drank and played dice until dawn. Finally, carriages with mules dressed in silver trappings carried them home. The carriages were theirs to keep, along with the handsome young slave boys who had been serving them. You can't buy good friends, though, and the extravagance attracted a retinue of greedy and dissolute hangers-on who encouraged the worst aspects of Lucius's character. The Historia Augusta paints Lucius in a very negative light overall, as a vain and self-indulgent buffoon. The picture painted of Lucius contrasts dramatically with that of Marcus as a bona fide Stoic. Even if the stories exaggerate Lucius's vices, there's probably at least a grain of truth in them. For instance, despite ruling as Marcus's co-emperor for nearly a decade, Lucius is virtually relegated to a footnote in the Meditations. Marcus says only that he's grateful for having had a brother who by his character was able to stimulate me to cultivate my own nature, and yet at the same time heartened me by his respect and affection, perhaps damning Lucius with faint praise. Marcus speaks with artful vagueness here, but perhaps meant that he became more determined to strengthen his own character after observing his brother's vices spiralling out of control. However, Marcus was relieved that Lucius remained loyal to him, showing respect and affection, rather than dividing the empire by siding with those who opposed his rule. We can tell that this was a very real danger from the civil war instigated against Marcus 6 years after Lucius's death by his most celebrated general, Avidius Cassius. In their youth, Marcus and Lucius both shared a love of hunting, wrestling, and other active pursuits, and both trained in Stoic philosophy. However, whereas Marcus increasingly dedicated himself to the study of rhetoric and philosophy, and diligently worked his way up through ascending roles in public office, Lucius seems to have done very little except enjoy a life of leisure. While the younger brother was at the chariot races, gladiatorial games, or banquets with his friends, Marcus was poring over books, gaining crucial knowledge of Roman law and the bureaucracy of government. You could say Lucius chose pleasure before work, Marcus work before pleasure. My interpretation is that Lucius organized his whole life around the pursuit of empty pleasures as a form of emotional avoidance. Psychologists now know that people often engage in habits they consider pleasurable, from social media to crack cocaine, as a way of distracting themselves from or suppressing unpleasant feelings. In Lucius's case, alcohol and other diversions perhaps offered him a way to escape worry about his responsibilities as emperor. As we'll see, there's nothing wrong with pleasure unless we begin craving it so much that we neglect our responsibilities in life, or it replaces healthy and fulfilling activities with ones that are not. Chasing empty, transient pleasures can never lead to true happiness in the long run. However, pleasure can be tricky. It can lure us in by posing as something it's not. What we're all really seeking in life is the sense of authentic happiness or fulfillment the Stoics call eudaimonia. Lucius, though, was looking for it in entirely the wrong places, cheering on the carnage of the arena, heaping lavish gifts on dubious friends, and drinking himself into oblivion. Of course, the banqueting habits of a decadent Roman emperor might seem an extreme example of someone allowing their hedonistic urges free rein. However, the basic psychology of desire isn't much different today. People still confuse pleasure with happiness, and often find it difficult to imagine another perspective on life. By contrast, the Stoics taught Marcus that we all seek a deeper and more lasting sense of fulfillment. They taught him that this could only be obtained by realizing our inner potential and living in accord with our core values, not being led astray by superficial feelings. Marcus's and Lucius's lives diverged in this regard until they were heading in quite opposite directions. There's something strangely familiar about this tale. The opposing paths our two young Caesars found themselves on as co-emperors could have been lifted from a moral fable. Indeed, while attending the lectures of Apollonius and other Stoics, Marcus must surely have thought of his brother as he listened attentively to their many exhortations to embrace philosophy as a way of life. One of the most famous of these was known as the choice of Hercules. This ancient allegory about choosing our path in life plays a special role in the history of Stoicism. The story goes that by chance, shortly after his shipwreck, Zeno had picked up and read the second book of Xenophon's Memorabilia. It portrays Socrates arguing that the virtue of self-control makes men noble and good, whereas pursuing a life of pleasure does not. Socrates begins by quoting a well-known verse from Hesiod. Wickedness can be had in abundance easily. Smooth is the road, and very nigh she dwells. But in front of virtue the gods immortal have put sweat. Long and steep is the path to her, and rough at first. But when you reach the top, then at length the road is easy, hard though it was. Socrates then goes on to recount the choice of Hercules, which he had learned from Prodicus of Chaos, one of the most highly regarded Greek sophists. One day, as a young man, Hercules was walking along an unfamiliar path when he came upon a fork in the road, at which he sat down and began to contemplate his future. Unsure which path to take, he found himself suddenly confronted by two mysterious goddesses. The first appeared as a beautiful and alluring woman dressed in fine clothing. She was called Kakia, although she falsely claimed that her friends called her Eudaimonia, meaning happiness and fulfillment. She barged in front of her companion and pleaded very insistently with Hercules to follow her path. It led, she promised, to by far the easiest and most pleasant way of life, a shortcut to true happiness. She told him that he could live like a king, avoiding hardship and enjoying luxury beyond most men's wildest dreams, all delivered to him through the labour of others. After listening to her for a while, Hercules was approached by the second goddess, Arete, a less boastful and more modest woman who nonetheless shone with natural beauty. To his surprise, she wore a grave expression. She warned him that her path led in a very different direction. It would be long and difficult, and would require a great deal of hard work. Speaking plainly, she told Hercules that he would suffer. He would be doomed to walk the earth in rags, reviled and persecuted by his enemies. Nothing that is really good and admirable, cautioned Arete, is granted by the gods to men without some effort and application. Hercules would be called upon to exercise wisdom and justice, and to face mounting adversity with bravery and self-discipline, overcoming great obstacles through courageous and honourable deeds, the goddess said, was the only true path to fulfilment in life. Hercules famously chose the heroic path of Arete, or virtue, and was not seduced by Kakia, or vice. Armed with a wooden club and dressed in the pelt of the Nemean lion, symbolic of a more primitive and natural way of life, he wandered from one place to another as if the whole world were his home. The gods forced him to undertake the legendary 12 labours, including slaying the Hydra, and ultimately entering Hades, the underworld itself, to capture Cerberus with his bare hands. He died in extreme agony, betrayed by his jealous wife, who tricked him into wearing a robe soaked in blood, contaminated with the Hydra's poison. However, Zeus was so impressed by his mortal son's greatness of soul that he granted him an apotheosis, elevating him to the status of a god in his own right. Not surprisingly, Hercules was the mythic hero most admired by Cynic and Stoic philosophers. His labours embodied their belief that it's more rewarding to face hardship voluntarily and cultivate strength of character than to take the easy option by embracing comfortable living and idleness. Hence the satirist Lucian, a contemporary of Marcus, portrayed the legendary sale of Diogenes the Cynic at a slave auction as follows. Buyer: is there anyone whom you strive to emulate? Diogenes: yes. Hercules. Buyer: then why aren't you wearing a lion skin? Though I'll admit that your club looks like his. Diogenes: why, this old cloak is my lion skin, and like him, I'm fighting a campaign against pleasure, not at anyone else's bidding, but of my own free will, since I've made it my purpose to clean up human life. Like the Cynics before them, the Stoics saw the myth of Hercules as an allegory about the virtues of courage and self-discipline. What do you think Hercules would have amounted to, Epictetus asks his students, if there had not been monsters such as the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the stag of Artemis, the Erymanthian boar, and all those unjust and bestial men for him to contend with? Why, if he had sat at home wrapped up asleep in bedsheets, living in luxury and ease, he would have been no Hercules at all. Epictetus tells his students that just as Hercules cleansed the earth of monsters without complaining, They should set about conquering themselves by purging the base desires and emotions from their hearts. For Stoics, in other words, the tale of Hercules symbolizes the epic challenge of deciding who we really want to be in life, the promise of philosophy, and the temptation of giving in to pleasure and vice. The moral is that it often requires a Herculean effort to keep to the right path. But wasn't Hercules' life unpleasant? As we'll see from the Stoic perspective, Hercules remained cheerful despite the terrible things he endured. He enjoyed a profound sense of inner satisfaction, knowing that he was fulfilling his destiny and expressing his true nature. His life had something far more satisfying than pleasure. It had purpose. All of this must have been familiar to Marcus and Lucius from the education they received in Stoicism. Lucius gradually lost interest, though, and turned his back on philosophy. Indeed, while Marcus was busy studying and tirelessly engaged in public office, Lucius was gaining notoriety for his debauchery and his growing infatuation with popular Roman spectator sports. He got himself in hot water by siding with the Greens at the races and thereby offending fans of the rival teams, particularly the Blues. He took a golden statue of the Greens' most prized horse, Volisaur, everywhere he went. He also had an enormous crystal wine goblet made that he named in its honour, which surpassed the capacity of any human draught, another testament to his notoriety for binge drinking. By contrast, Marcus, like Hercules in the fable, chose to avoid these sorts of distractions, or at least to keep them to a minimum. The unnamed slave, from whom he learned so much as a child, had wisely counselled him not to take the side of the Greens or the Blues in the chariot races, or back different factions in the gladiatorial lists. These were the main forms of public entertainment in imperial Rome, and it seems the masses were just as addicted to them as many of us are to spectator sports and reality television today. Marcus came to loathe all such public events, but he was obliged to attend them at the insistence of his friends and advisors. He seems to have found unnecessary bloodshed vicious and barbaric. Indeed, as emperor, Marcus began to impose many restrictions on the cruelty of the games. He insisted that the gladiators before him used blunted weapons so that they would be fighting like athletes without any risk to their lives. The thrill of the chariot races was likewise about bloodlust, as horses and charioteers were frequently maimed or killed in this dangerous sport. Marcus tried to see beyond the excitement of the crowd. He adopted a more philosophical attitude to the events unfolding before his eyes, asking himself, is this really what people consider fun? For Stoics, feelings of pleasure in themselves are neither good nor bad. Rather, whether our state of mind is good or bad, healthy or unhealthy, depends on the things we take enjoyment in. Marcus compares Roman society to the idle pageantry of a procession, where people seem distracted by trivialities, but he reminds himself that he must take his place in it with good grace. Nevertheless, a man's worth can be measured by the things upon which he sets his heart. Enjoying the suffering of others is bad. Taking pleasure in watching men risk death or serious injury would therefore be considered a vice by the Stoics. In contrast, enjoying seeing people flourish is good. You might think that's obvious, however we can be blinded by pleasure to its consequences for both others and ourselves. Marcus had been taught by his Stoic tutors to examine the sources and consequences of pleasure very closely. He was therefore able, to some extent, to see beyond the prejudices of his own culture. We should likewise learn to enjoy things that are good for us and others, not things that are bad for us. Indeed, there's a type of inner gratification that comes from living consistently in accord with our deepest values, which can make ordinary pleasures feel superficial by comparison. Marcus had that in mind when he repeatedly tells himself that the goal of life is not pleasure, but action. At first the people ridiculed Marcus as a snob and a bore, because at the games they could see that he was reading legal documents and discussing them with his advisors. He'd been told that he had to show his face at these events to keep the crowds happy, but he wanted to use the time to address the serious business of running the state. Even his tutor and close friend Fronto denounced him for being too serious. On occasion, in your absence, I have criticised you in quite severe terms in front of a small circle of my most intimate friends. There was a time when I would do so, for instance, when you entered public gatherings with a more gloomy expression than was fitting, or pored over a book at the theatre or during banquet. I'm speaking of a time when I myself did not yet keep away from theatres and banquets. On such occasions, then, I would call you an insensitive man, who failed to act as circumstances demanded, or sometimes even, in an impulse of anger, a disagreeable person. Fronto came around to Marcus's way of thinking in the end. He gradually realised that there was more to life than socialising among the Roman patrician class, whom they both came to view as lacking any genuine warmth or friendliness. Marcus also faced criticism from the old guard for promoting men such as his future son-in-law Pompeianus, based on merit rather than nobility of birth. He picked his friends carefully based on the character traits he most admired, rather than what seemed congenial to those of his social class. His friends' company wasn't always fun. Sometimes they spoke plainly and criticised him, but he embraced them because they shared his values and helped him improve as a person. He clearly preferred the company of his family and most trusted friends over socialising with the Roman elite. He admits in the Meditations that he craves the simpler but idyllic family life at his peaceful villas in the Italian countryside. Although this was undoubtedly a healthier and more modest way to spend his leisure time compared with Lucius's riotous banqueting, it was nevertheless a yearning Marcus would soon have to set aside, when the Marcomannic Wars required him to leave Rome for the northern frontier. Though Marcus shrewdly put away his papers at the amphitheatre, he still insisted on working. While he discussed political decisions with his advisors, onlookers assumed he was chatting with them about the games like everyone else. He even found ways to glean life lessons from the games. In wild beast fights, he observed gladiators half-eaten and covered with wounds, begging to be patched up so they could throw themselves back into the fight. This reminded Marcus of the way we continue to give in to unhealthy desires, despite knowing the harm they do to us. Perhaps it also reminded him of his brother, who had abandoned philosophy and embraced a life of debauchery that was clearly destroying him. Marcus kept Lucius somewhat in check as long as they were together. However, shortly after the two brothers were acclaimed as co-emperors, the Parthian king Vologases IV invaded the Roman client state of Armenia. The governor of nearby Cappadocia, in modern-day Turkey, rushed to engage the enemy, but his legion was surrounded and annihilated. He was forced to take his own life. This was a humiliating defeat for the Romans, and the conflict rapidly escalated into a major military crisis. Marcus's presence was still required at Rome, so he sent Lucius to Syria to take command of the troops massed in the east. However, a journey that should have taken a few weeks ended up taking 9 months. The histories allege that Lucius wasted his time hunting and partying along the way. Marcus accompanied him as far as Capua in southern Italy, before he had to turn back to Rome. As soon as his older brother was gone, Lucius gorged himself in everyone's villa, until he became so ill that Marcus had to rush to attend him at nearby Canusium. Pleasures, as we've seen, can blind us to their consequences if we're not careful. Lucius's overindulgence would increasingly lead him to neglect both his own welfare and that of the empire. The Historia Augusta deals harshly with the Emperor Lucius, complaining that when he finally reached Syria, and throughout the course of the Parthian War, away from Marcus's supervision, the weaker and more degenerate features of his character prevailed. For while a legate, a Roman general, was being slain, while legions were being slaughtered, while Syria meditated revolt and the east was being devastated, Lucius Verus was hunting in Apulia, travelling about through Athens and Corinth, accompanied by orchestras and singers, and dallying through all the cities of Asia that bordered on the sea, and those of Pamphylia and Cilicia that were particularly notorious for their pleasure resorts. When Lucius eventually reached Antioch, the capital of Syria, far from Marcus's gaze, he gave himself over entirely to riotous living. He also shaved off his beard to humour his mistress Panthea. This confirmed that he was turning his back on philosophy once and for all, in order to pursue a more self-indulgent lifestyle. The philosopher's beard had become a surprisingly politicised symbol after years of persecution under previous regimes. For some at least, shaving it off implied abandoning one's most cherished beliefs and values. A few generations earlier, presumably speaking of Emperor Domitian's persecution of philosophers, Epictetus had defiantly exclaimed that if the authorities wanted to cut off his beard, they'd have to cut off his head first. Marcus had already sent the Roman general Avidius Cassius, a notoriously strict disciplinarian, to take command of the troops in Syria, dragging the dissolute Eastern legionaries out of the brothels and drinking houses and knocking the flowers from their hair. No sooner had Lucius arrived to take command, though, than his personal entourage took the place of the soldiers in the fleshpots and resorts of the East. The gossip was that Lucius indulged in numerous adulterous love affairs with women and young men in Syria, even though he was married to Marcus's young daughter, Lucilla. It was there that he picked up the habit of playing dice until dawn. He wandered through taverns and brothels late at night, disguised as a commoner, it's said, getting drunk, ending up in fights, and coming home black and blue. When he was out drinking, he liked to smash the cups in the cook shops by throwing coins at them, which presumably started a few brawls. He'd get so inebriated after feasting through the night that he'd typically fall asleep at the banqueting table and have to be carried to his bedroom by the servants. Indeed, Lucius was notorious for being a heavy drinker. Based on the available information, it seems possible he suffered from alcoholism, accompanied by symptoms of anxiety and depression. During the Parthian War, for example, he wrote to Fronto, complaining in desperation of the anxieties that have rendered me very miserable day and night, and almost made me think that everything was ruined. He's probably referring to problems negotiating with the hostile Parthians, but he was clearly overwhelmed by emotional distress. Binge drinking, casual sex, gambling, and partying became his way of coping, albeit badly, with the pressures of his role. The Stoics believed that entertainment, sex, food, and even alcohol have their place in life. They're neither good nor bad in themselves. However, when pursued excessively, they can become unhealthy. So the wise man sets reasonable limits on his desires, and he exercises the virtue of moderation, or nothing in excess. When doing what feels pleasurable becomes more important than doing what's actually good for us, or our loved ones though, that's a recipe for disaster. There's a world of difference between healthy pleasures and unhealthy ones. Lucius had definitely crossed that line. After the Romans secured victory over the Parthians following 6 years of war, Lucius finally returned from Syria to celebrate his triumph with Marcus. However, once back at Rome, he paid even less regard to his older brother, and his behaviour continued to degenerate. People scoffed that he must have been taking actors prisoner rather than Parthian soldiers, because he proudly brought back so many from the east. Nevertheless, Lucius shamelessly invited Fronto, a great rhetorician, to write a history of the war, giving Lucius credit for all Rome's achievements. The truth was that Lucius had left Avidius Cassius and his other generals in command, and stayed as far away from the action as possible, touring the region like a celebrity with his entourage of hangers-on. As we'll see, this negligence was no small matter. Avidius Cassius was able to step into his shoes, and gradually became almost as powerful as an emperor himself throughout the eastern provinces. Lucius hadn't been home long, though, before the First Marcomannic War broke out along the northern frontier. This time both emperors rode out from Rome together in their military attire. Marcus evidently didn't think it was a good idea for his brother to go alone, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving him back at Rome unsupervised. Lucius wanted to remain at Aquileia in northern Italy, where he could hunt and banquet, but Marcus insisted they needed to cross the Alps to Pannonia, which had been overrun by the Marcomanni and their allies. After the Romans repulsed the initial barbarian incursion, the two emperors returned to Aquileia at Lucius's insistence because he yearned to be near Rome. However, in early 169 AD, Lucius was struck with a sudden fainting spell, and he died 3 days later after being bled by his physicians. We can't be sure what killed him. There were even rumours Marcus had him poisoned. However, his loss of consciousness, inability to speak, and sudden death are signs of the plague, which was prevalent in nearby cities and legionary camps around this time. Ironically, despite Lucius's reputation as the younger and hardier of the two co-emperors, he only made it to age 39, while Marcus, with his notorious frailty, reached nearly 60. We might think Marcus was relieved to be rid of his wayward brother, but he probably felt his loss greatly. It came at a time of mounting crises, as disease spread throughout the empire, and Marcus was forced to leave Rome for the first time to take up his command on the northern frontier. He must have felt increasingly isolated, in great personal danger, and under a tremendous amount of political pressure. As we'll see, though, it was within this crucible that the Meditations took shape. How to conquer desire. We mentioned Prodicus's choice of Hercules earlier, but Marcus cites another famous allegory about desire in his notes. It's one of Aesop's fables called The Town Mouse and the Country Mouse. A town mouse once visited his cousin in the countryside, where he was welcomed with a simple meal of rustic food, a crust of bread and some dry oats. However, the town mouse laughed at his cousin's unsophisticated tastes and peasant fare. Boasting of the luxury and abundance to be found in the town, he insists that the country mouse come back to the city with him for a taste of the good life. The country mouse agrees, and they return to the house where the town mouse lives hidden to feast like kings upon the finest scraps from the owner's table. However, two dogs hear them scratching around and come hurtling into the room barking, which sends the mice scurrying for cover in fear for their lives. Once they've reached the safety of a mouse hole and caught their breath, the shaken country mouse thanks his cousin for his hospitality, but says he'll be returning to his humble rural dwelling right away. Although the country fare is modest, he prefers the peace and quiet of his own home and the simple life to the dangers of the city. The town mouse's perilous habits aren't really the good life at all. They come at too high a cost. The country mouse says he would rather dine like a peasant than risk being eaten alive by ravenous dogs. Reflecting on the moral of this story, Marcus calls to mind the alarm and trepidation with which the town mouse perpetually lives because of his greed. I can't help but think that Marcus Aurelius saw himself as the country mouse, and his brother Lucius as the town mouse. Just because Marcus saw the pleasures that ensnared Lucius as empty and superficial doesn't mean that there was no joy in his own life. We shouldn't be fooled by the gravity of the Meditations, which consists of semi-formal exercises, into thinking that the author had a gloomy personality. His private letters prove that Marcus was a good-humoured and surprisingly affectionate man who spent his youth enjoying a wide variety of sports and hobbies. He liked painting, boxing, wrestling, running, fowling and boar hunting, and the Historia Augusta adds that he was very skilled at playing various ball games. Of course, as the years passed and his responsibilities increased, he dedicated his life to handling the affairs of state and to his training in Stoic philosophy, which helped guide his actions. However, we are told he was loved by those close to him and seemed pleasant and approachable to others. He was described as austere, but not excessively so, humble, but not passive, and serious, but never gloomy. He clearly took great pleasure in the company of his friends and family. Marcus was probably a much happier man than his hedonistic brother Lucius was. True, he didn't experience the highs of all the wild parties Lucius threw, but neither did he suffer the lows, the painful consequences of overindulgence. What he gained instead was the more profound and lasting happiness that the Stoics claimed was the result of living in accord with wisdom and virtue, or at least some glimmer of that ideal state. Indeed, he made it clear that his goal was to achieve the utmost joy in his heart and maintain a cheerful serenity throughout the whole of his life. Having glimpsed this inner peace, Marcus was convinced that it was possible to live consistently in that state of mind, even if he was criticized by those around him or was gored by wild beasts. Socrates himself had remained cheerful while in prison, awaiting his execution, and even as he raised the hemlock cup to his lips. At least that was the story. However, Marcus also saw this healthy attitude of cheerfulness in the face of adversity with his own eyes, as exhibited by his beloved Stoic tutors. They had taught the young Marcus that inner calm and happiness are the natural consequences of a life lived well, in accord with genuine wisdom and self-discipline. More importantly, though, he had witnessed evidence of this being their actual way of life, embodied in the actions of these great men, even in the face of terrible adversity. Modern English isn't well equipped to capture some of the distinctions made in ancient Greek philosophy, especially when it comes to describing emotions and sensations. We use the word pleasure very broadly to encompass almost any positive feeling. However, the Stoics distinguished between the sort of pleasure or hedone we get from external things like food or sex or flattery, and the deeper sense of inner joy or chara that Marcus is talking about. Stoic joy is profound. It comes from achieving your fundamental goal in life and experiencing genuine fulfillment, which makes ordinary pleasure seem trivial by comparison. Ordinary pleasures often ruffle our minds, especially when indulged in too much. Stoic joy never does this. It's synonymous with inner peace and knows no excess. The Stoics refer to it as the pure form of joy that someone experiences who's living a truly great life and has attained genuine personal fulfillment, or eudaimonia. Of course, none of us are there yet, but all of us may, potentially, glimpse the goal as long as we're heading in the right direction. There are two more key points about Stoic joy worth emphasizing. Number one, the Stoics tended to view joy not as the goal of life, which is wisdom, but as a byproduct of it. So they believed that trying to pursue it directly might lead us down the wrong path if it's sought at the expense of wisdom. And number two, joy in the Stoic sense is fundamentally active rather than passive. It comes from perceiving the virtuous quality of our own deeds, the things we do, whereas bodily pleasures arise from experiences that happen to us, even if they're a consequence of actions like eating, drinking, or having sex. Marcus therefore says that it's not in feelings, but in actions that your supreme good resides. The wise man's sense of delight comes from one thing alone: acting consistently in accord with virtue. Nevertheless, Marcus does elsewhere mention two additional sources of joy. Together, these correspond with the three core relationships that Stoic ethics encompassed: ourself, other people, and the world as a whole. Number one, contemplating virtue in yourself. As we've just seen, Marcus says that the most important source of both serenity and joy for a Stoic comes from letting go of attachment to external things and focusing on living wisely, particularly by exercising virtue or justice in our relations with others. Number two, contemplating virtue in others. Marcus also tells himself that when he wants to gladden his heart, he should meditate on the good qualities of those close to him, such as energy, modesty, or generosity. That's essentially what he's doing in Book 1 of the Meditations, when he lists the virtues of his family members and teachers at length, and it helps to explain the important role of these friendships in his life. And number three, welcoming your fate. Marcus also tells himself that rather than desiring things that are absent, as many do, he should reflect on the pleasant aspects of things he already has before him and contemplate how he would miss them if they were not there. The Greek word for joy, chara, is closely related to that for gratitude, charis. Indeed, the Stoics encourage you to appreciate the external things fortune has given you. Marcus cautions, however, that you must exercise moderation in this regard. You should not fall into the habit of overvaluing external things and becoming overly attached to them. You can check this, he says, by asking yourself whether you would be upset if the things you value were ever taken away. The Stoics wanted to develop a healthy sense of gratitude in life, unspoiled by attachment. So they practiced calmly imagining change and loss, like a river gently flowing past, carrying things away. The wise man loves life and is grateful for the opportunities it gives him, but he accepts that everything changes and nothing lasts forever. Marcus therefore wrote that it is a characteristic of the Stoic sage to love and welcome all that happens to him and is spun for him as his fate. People today often feel that this is similar to a famous Latin phrase coined by the 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, amor fati, or love of one's fate. The Stoics emphasize gratitude, but they also accept that there's nothing wrong with taking pleasure in healthy experiences as long as it's not carried to excess. As mentioned earlier, they certainly didn't think that pleasurable experiences were a bad thing. Rather, pleasure and its sources are morally indifferent, neither good nor bad. In other words, the Stoics weren't killjoys. Marcus was convinced that he could obtain as much healthy enjoyment from the simple things that befell him in life as pleasure seekers like his brother did from ravenously indulging their unhealthy desires. Socrates had likewise claimed, paradoxically, that those who practice self-control actually obtain more pleasure from things like food and drink than those who indulge in them to excess. Hunger is the best relish, he said, whereas if we overeat, we spoil our appetites. Hedonists might accuse Stoics of missing out on life's pleasures, but Stoics would respond with this paradox. The life of someone like Marcus, who exercises moderation, is surely more pleasant and involves less self-inflicted suffering than the life of someone like Lucius, who lacks self-control and indulges himself far too much. However, an even deeper paradox lies in the notion that ultimately the virtue of self-discipline itself might become a greater source of pleasure than food or other external objects of our desire. More accurately, exercising moderation may become a source of personal satisfaction and inner fulfillment that outweighs the ordinary pleasures it seeks to overcome. It's important to remember, though, that we're talking about self-discipline that's exercised wisely, not any sort of self-denial that might actually be foolish or unhealthy. For Stoics, the intrinsic value of wisdom as an end in itself always surpasses everything else, including the pleasure and other external benefits that may accrue as the result of living wisely. Those are more like an added bonus than the real goal of life. Steps for changing desires. So how do you get rid of unhealthy desires and learn to experience greater fulfillment in life, like the Stoics describe? Most of us find ourselves seeking hedonistic pleasures and indulging in bad habits that can seem difficult to break. Of course, in cases of genuine addiction to drugs or alcohol, you should seek professional advice. However, psychologists working in the 1970s developed reliable ways of changing ordinary habits and cravings. These methods are still being applied by therapists today to issues like snacking unhealthy foods or fingernail biting. Some of our most persistent habits may be ways of avoiding unpleasant feelings, which leave deeper problems unresolved. However, spending too much time chasing empty pleasures can also prevent us from pursuing activities that we may find genuinely rewarding, such as living more fully in alignment with our core values. Arguably, that's the most serious problem of all. For example, people today often complain that they feel addicted to social media. They spend many hours online checking messages out of a kind of habit or compulsion, feeling agitated, bored, or uneasy if they try to abstain for any length of time. They obsess about social networks, computer games, television programs, etc., in the same way Lucius did about chariot races and gladiatorial bouts. On reflection, though, few would conclude that this is the most fulfilling way to spend their lives. Nobody has ever had the words, "I wish I'd watched more television," or "I wish I'd spent more time on Facebook," engraved on their tombstone. If these empty and passive pleasures provide no lasting sense of fulfillment or satisfaction, the Stoics would caution us against spending too much time on them. In particular, people suffering from clinical depression may find that unsatisfying pleasures have come to replace the more fulfilling activities that once gave their life's meaning. They can easily end up becoming forms of distraction or sources of emotional numbing. So you should carefully evaluate your habits and desires in terms of the bigger picture. How much do these pursuits actually contribute to your long-term happiness or sense of fulfillment in life? I'm going to recommend a simple framework for evaluating and changing your behavior based on a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy and ancient Stoic practices. It consists of the following steps. Number 1. Evaluate the consequences of your habits or desires in order to select which ones to change. Number 2. Spot early warning signs so that you can nip problematic desires in the bud. Number 3. Gain cognitive distance by separating your impressions from external reality. And number 4, do something else instead of engaging in the habit. In addition, consider how you might introduce other sources of healthy, positive feelings by 1. Planning new activities that are consistent with your core values. 2. Contemplating the qualities you admire in other people. 3. Practicing gratitude for the things you already have in life. 1. Evaluating the consequences of desires. How do you identify which habits to change? Modern therapists often help their clients weigh the pros and cons of different courses of action in order to choose among them. Sometimes this is called a cost-benefit analysis or functional analysis. Of course, people with habits they want to break, such as overeating or smoking, normally say, "I already know this is bad for me." Nevertheless, if you're not sure something is a bad habit or an unhealthy desire, you should weigh the consequences of following the desire against those of exercising moderation or doing something else. For instance, if you regularly watch television for an hour after work, what are the long-term pros and cons of that habit? What could you do instead that would be more consistent with your true values in life, and how would that work out in the long run? Some philosophers, as we've seen, claim that the mere act of exercising moderation could become more gratifying itself than indulging in bad habits. Alternatively, you might want to do a substitute behaviour that's high on your list of personal values, but that might take a little effort to get done, such as phoning a loved one or reading a book. Remember, the purpose of this exercise is not just to reduce bad habits, but to introduce more activities that are intrinsically valued and rewarding, like the Stoic virtues. For instance, if it's important to you to be a good parent, schedule activities that allow you to behave in a manner consistent with this value. Embracing these types of opportunities will help you become more like the sort of person you want to be in life, even if it's only for a few minutes each day at first. What would happen if you spent more time exercising the virtues you admire, doing things that you find inherently valuable and fulfilling, and less time indulging in the sort of habits that may feel pleasurable but aren't actually good for you? In fact, really thinking through consequences of behaviours and picturing them vividly in your mind may be enough in some cases to eliminate the behaviour. Epictetus therefore told his students to envision the consequences of an action and determine how it would work out for them over time. We can observe Marcus employing this method, asking himself what each action means for him and wondering whether he'll have cause to regret it in the future. As we've noted, the Stoics like to break decisions down into simple dichotomies. In the choice of Hercules, likewise, there are basically two paths forward. Number 1, the path of vice, or following excessive desires and irrational emotions, unhealthy passions. Number 2, the path of virtue, or exercising self-discipline and following reason and your true values in life. The Stoics often reminded themselves of the paradox that unhealthy emotions, such as fear and anger, actually do us more harm than the things we're upset about. Likewise, learning self-control may ultimately do us more good than obtaining all the external things we desire. The virtues of courage and moderation improve our character and lives in general when they're exercised wisely, whereas most of the things we crave just give us fleeting pleasure. Therapists find it helpful to ask their clients of their habits. How's that working out in the long run? Often that simple question is enough to motivate behaviour change. However, what we'll call Stoic functional analysis can be done much more thoroughly on paper. You might write down the short-term pros and cons of a course of action, followed by longer-term consequences. Simply realising that your desires produce negative results can sometimes change the way you feel and behave. Other times, though, you may need to picture repeatedly the negative effects of bad habits in a very detailed, clear and vivid manner in order to change them. You may find it also helps to picture the positive consequences of refraining from the desire, mastering it, or doing the opposite of it. It can be helpful to visualize two paths ahead of you, just like the fork in the road that confronted Hercules. For example, quitting smoking versus continuing, exercising versus doing nothing. Spend time picturing how these two paths would grow apart over time, where they might lead you several months or even years from now. Your primary goal at this stage is to identify which desires or habits you want to overcome and to be clear about the consequences of doing so. Your secondary goal is to boost your motivation by developing a strong sense of contrast between the two paths ahead of you and the benefits of change. Motivation is a well-established key to success when it comes to breaking habits, so it makes sense to begin by doing what you can to boost it. To break a habit, you must have a desire for change. However, it's possible to increase your desire for change, so that's something you should work on. 2. Spot early warning signs. Now that you've considered what sort of habits or desires might conflict with your values and be worth changing, your next step is to catch them in the wild by noticing when they're actually happening. The key is to spot them early so that you can nip them in the bud. This requires patient self-monitoring, especially looking out for the early warning signs of the feelings or behaviour you want to change. When done properly, this sort of self-monitoring is effectively a form of training in Stoic mindfulness. Keep a written daily record of the situations in which you notice the desire emerging. This can be as simple as tallying each time you sense even the slightest inclination to engage in the habit, the first inkling of the desire. It could also be a more detailed record sheet, including rows with columns for the date or time, the external situation, where were you, the early warning signs you notice, or a rating from 0 to 10 of the strength of the urge and possibly also the level of actual pleasure you experienced if you gave into it. If you find it helpful, you might also want to record any thoughts you had that facilitated or excused the desire, such as, just this once won't hurt, or I can always stop tomorrow, or I just don't have the willpower. Your first goal should be to study yourself and identify the trigger or high-risk situations where the problem tends to arise. Maybe you eat junk food for comfort on particularly high-stress days at work or after you've had a fight with a loved one. Look for subtle early warning signs of the behaviour that you'd previously overlooked. Become more aware of your thoughts, actions and feelings so you can catch the desire emerging at an earlier and earlier stage. Look out for signs that typically precede the desire. To continue the junk food example, you may notice that you look at candy in the store and picture yourself eating it. If you're a smoker, perhaps you become tense or fidget when you're craving a cigarette. Simple things that people do when engaging in habitual behaviours are hard for them to detect, even though they may be quite visible to an observer. For instance, the expression on their face, the look in their eyes, the way they use their hands, and so on. These early warnings may include the sort of facilitating thoughts mentioned above, such as, I could do with a treat, or just this once won't hurt. Many common habits that people want to quit turn out to be of the hand-to-face types, such as fingernail biting, smoking, drinking, or snacking on junk food. People often fidget with their hands before engaging in these habits, such as stroking their chin just before biting their fingernail. Noticing these precursors for the first time can often weaken the habit. A Stoic mentor or friend you've enlisted would be an invaluable asset to you in situations like this. Instruct the person to bring the habit to your attention with a simple gesture like tapping their nose and walking away. People often find it very irritating to be lectured about something they weren't even aware they were doing. If you're working alone, you'll need to act as though another person is carefully observing you and imagine what they might see. Learning to catch things at an early stage makes it easier to derail the chain of behaviours that leads to the full desire or passion emerging. Raising awareness of the subtle elements of a behaviour also makes it feel less automatic. For instance, most adults can tie their own shoelaces automatically without thinking about it. However, if you try to teach a child how to do it, you may find yourself suddenly all thumbs. What was habitual and automatic when we didn't think about it often becomes very clumsy and awkward when we're forced to analyse the steps or do it in a slightly different manner. That's unhelpful if you're performing before an audience or playing a sport where thinking too much about your behaviour can cause self-consciousness and disrupt routine actions. Ask someone who's about to perform a skilled action like putting in golf whether they begin by doing it breathing in or out. That will often be enough to confuse them and put them off. The same principle that self-awareness disrupts the automatic quality of the behaviour can be very helpful when you actually want to break a bad habit. 3. Gain cognitive distance. Once you've spotted the early warning signs of a craving or habit, you can also help yourself change by noticing the separation between your current perspective and external reality. We've already introduced the concept of cognitive distancing from modern psychotherapy. It provides a way of understanding one of the most important psychological practices in Stoicism, that of separating our values from external events. When a desire or habit emerges, you can take note of thoughts that encourage it. I wonder what's happening online, for instance, and also thoughts or excuses that facilitate it. It won't hurt if I just check my social media messages for a second. Observing these in a detached way, almost as if they were someone else's thoughts, will help you gain cognitive distance and will weaken the urge to act on them. The Stoics do this, as we've seen, in a number of ways. Following them, you might apostrophize the thought, speaking to it as if to another person, and say, "You're just a thought, and not at all the thing you claim to represent," the thing itself having no intrinsic value. You might also adapt Epictetus and say, "It's not things that make us crave them, but our judgments about things. We are the ones who choose to assign value to things that look appealing." It's as though strong desires and feelings of pleasure are telling us this is good. Strong desire makes us forget that there are other ways of viewing the things we crave. However, pausing and gaining cognitive distance by defusing your thoughts from reality tends to weaken the strength of your feelings and the hold they have over your behaviour. There are many different ways of gaining cognitive distance. One is to imagine how a role model might perceive the same situation differently. Suppose you're craving a hamburger. You might use the verbal technique of asking yourself, what would Socrates do about this desire? Socrates, as it happens, was careful about his diet and preferred to eat modestly. He thought that self-control was more important than pleasure, as we've seen. And if we avoid overeating, we'll obtain more enjoyment from our food anyway. You could also ask, how would Marcus cope if he had the same sort of cravings? Of course, you might prefer to pick a role model of your own, perhaps someone you know personally, a friend, colleague or family member, or even a celebrity or fictional character. First, consider what the role model you choose would say to themselves about the desire. How would they react to the initial awareness of the urge? Then consider what they would actually do. Of course, you don't have to imitate them, but viewing the experience from different perspectives can weaken the strength of the feeling. You may be inspired to problem solve and think creatively of alternative ways to respond. On the other hand, when people feel overwhelmed by desires or emotions, they can often only imagine one way of looking at events. Marcus also talks about the importance of breaking things down into their components and reflecting on each part in isolation. The idea is that when we analyse something in terms of its elements and focus on each in turn, asking ourselves whether it alone is enough to overwhelm us, the whole experience will tend to seem more bearable. Similar divide and conquer techniques are employed in modern cognitive therapy to overcome problematic desires and emotions. We may as well borrow the term used by the early 20th century psychotherapist Charles Baudouin, who was influenced by Stoicism, to describe this psychological technique. He calls it depreciation by analysis. That means breaking any problem down into small chunks that seem less emotionally powerful or overwhelming. For instance, when engaged in certain actions, such as bad habits of the kind we've been discussing, Marcus advised pausing and asking of each step, does death appear terrible because I would be deprived of this? That gave him a way of isolating each part of a habit in turn and casting its value in question. For example, someone smoking a cigarette might ask with each puff whether losing that sensation would really be the end of the world. Someone compulsively checking social media might stop and ask if not reading each individual notification would really be so unbearable. If you practice self-awareness in this way, you'll often, but not always, realize that the pleasure you obtain from such habits is actually much less than you previously assumed. Marcus led the dance of the Salai, the ancient leaping warrior priests, and trained in boxing and wrestling as a youth. He draws on these experiences, making the astute psychological observation that you can spoil the delights of song and dance just by pausing to analyze them into their parts. For example, breaking a melody down into individual notes in your mind and asking yourself of each small part, would this be enough to overcome me? Likewise, in the Pancration, an ancient sport combining boxing, wrestling, kicking and choking, analysing each of your opponent's moves individually can help you to learn to overcome them without feeling overwhelmed. Marcus therefore advised himself to analyse events into their component parts in order to break the spell of passion. You've already learned about the concept of Stoic indifference, or apatheia. It has a very specific meaning, freedom from harmful desires or passions, that the Stoics distinguished from ordinary indifference. It's not about being cold-hearted or uncaring. Whereas Stoics believed that the only true good is wisdom and virtue, we tend to slip into the habit of thinking about external things as if they were more important than fulfilling our own nature. We've seen how the Stoics particularly emphasized suspending value judgments about external things. They did this by using language to describe events as objectively as possible. As we've seen, they called this firm grip on reality phantasia cataleptica, or the objective representation of events. You can see how this concept could apply to managing unhealthy desires. People often talk about the things they crave in language that's bound to excite their own desire, even when they realize they're fostering unhealthy habits. I'm dying for some chocolate. Why is it so good? It tastes like heaven. This is better than sex. It's mainly vegetable fat, some cacao, and a load of refined sugar. That's another example of rhetoric working against you. On the other hand, when you describe food or anything else you crave in down-to-earth language, you can feel detached from it. Hadrian, who is thought to have died from a heart attack, greatly admired an extravagant dish, jokingly called the tetrapharmacum, or fourfold remedy, reputedly invented by Lucius Verus's father. It consisted of pheasant, wild boar, ham, and a sow's udder, all wrapped in pastry. By contrast, Marcus would sometimes look at roasted meats and other delicacies and murmur to himself, "This is a dead bird, a dead fish, a dead pig. An exquisite wine is just fermented grape juice," and so on. Viewed from a different perspective, in other words, the things people crave are often nothing to get excited about. Sometimes these objective representations resemble the notes an ancient physician or natural philosopher may have made documenting their observations of physical phenomena. In modern cognitive therapy, we also suggest that clients think of themselves as scientists, approaching behavior change as an experiment with an attitude of curiosity detachment, and objectivity. Marcus even applied this way of looking at the world to his sex life. We noted earlier that he'd struggled to overcome feelings of anger as a young man. He also briefly mentions having sexual desires that he considered it better not to act upon. In Book 1 of the Meditations, Marcus says that, looking back, he's grateful he chose to preserve his sexual innocence for a few years into his adulthood. He's also thankful that when he was later troubled by strong sexual cravings, he overcame them and never touched Benedicta or Theodotus, possibly a female and male slave in the household of his father, the Emperor Antoninus. We can see that Marcus applied depreciation by analysis to sexual desires. At one point, for instance, he described sex to himself, perhaps as an ancient physician might, as merely the rubbing together of body parts, followed by a convulsion and the ejaculation of some mucus. Not very romantic, but that's the point. He was aiming to neutralize inappropriate sexual urges of the kind he struggled to overcome. He had 13 children though, so he wasn't completely opposed to sex. The point isn't to obliterate all desire, but rather to moderate unhealthy or excessive desires, which place too much importance on certain types of pleasure. 4. Do something else. You've identified which desires you want to overcome, learned how to spot their early warning signs, and practice how to pause and gain distance from them. In a sense, the best thing to do next is nothing. In other words, do not respond any further to the feelings of desire. You can certainly come back to those feelings later if you need to. Take a time out instead of acting on the desire. You might want to leave the situation where you're experiencing temptation. Many types of urges only last a minute or so at a time, although they may recur throughout the day. You only have to deal with the present moment though, one instance of an urge or craving at a time. So having caught those feelings early and reminded yourself that it's mainly your thinking that's causing your feelings, just refrain from acting on the desire, or go and engage in a different activity instead, something healthy that you find intrinsically rewarding. You're always free to do something else. For example, suppose you're in the habit of drinking a glass of wine every evening after work, but that's gradually turned into a bottle of wine, perhaps sometimes 2 bottles. That's not going to be healthy for you in the long run. Perhaps you've also decided your evenings would be better spent reading or going to evening classes instead, because that's the sort of person you'd rather be. You know that being at home in the early evening is your trigger situation for engaging in this habit. You've noticed that it starts when you feel bored and agitated, and you tell yourself that you need a drink to relax. Now you're getting better at catching the urge to drink as soon as it begins to appear. You notice your thoughts and you're aware of how they influence your feelings. You tell yourself it's not the wine that makes me feel desire, but the way I'm thinking about it. So having paused and taken a step back from those feelings, the next step is not to pour yourself a glass of wine, and to refrain from doing so long enough for the desire to abate. Additional temptations won't last long, and you can deal with the feeling again in exactly the same way, one step at a time, if it comes back. Instead of pouring a glass of wine, do something else. Perhaps leave the house for a change of scenery. Do something that gives you a sense of genuine accomplishment, rather than just a fleeting and empty sensation of pleasure. If you're determined to break this sort of habit, you can remove temptation by getting rid of any bottles and wine glasses in your house and making a commitment not to buy replacements. You can engage in healthy substitute behaviours instead, like drinking fruit smoothies or herbal teas. Of course, what you do will depend on the type of habit that you want to overcome, but you get the general idea. Ideally, as we've seen, your goal is to replace unfulfilling habits and desires with activities that you find more intrinsically rewarding. When we discussed values clarification earlier, we touched on this aspect of Stoicism, which has to do with acting in more virtuous ways. Sometimes, though, not doing something, the very act of overcoming a bad habit, might be considered a virtue, something to be valued for its own sake. One of the techniques Marcus employs most frequently in the Meditations is to ask himself what virtue or resource nature has given him to cope with a particular situation. This is closely related to the question of what character traits we admire most in other people. Marcus says we typically praise the virtue of self-control or moderation in others, which stops us from being carried away by our pleasures. We don't normally admire anyone for how much junk food they've eaten, but we praise their strength in overcoming bad habits, such as eating too much junk food. The Stoics thought that if we want to improve ourselves, we should be guided more by the qualities we admire in other people and our true values and principles than by avoiding pain and seeking pleasure. That sort of hedonistic life isn't satisfying, and as the choice of Hercules implies, we can't flourish as human beings and achieve things we can be proud of until we endure certain feelings of pain or discomfort or forgo certain pleasures. This perspective arguably comes more to the fore when people have children and they begin to think about what it means to be a good parent. If you want to be a role model for your children, you should ask yourself what sort of person you are and what qualities you want to exhibit. Developing your own character by exercising moderation wisely in your daily life may then become more of a priority than the simple pursuit of pleasure. Of course, the Stoics would go further and argue that we should exercise wisdom, self-discipline and moderation, not because it sets a good example for our children, but because doing so is an end in itself. Virtue is its own reward. We aim for wisdom and strength of character not because we're hoping to gain something else, but simply because that's who we want to be in life. You've also learned how Stoics studied the attitudes and behaviour of role models. For Marcus, that included individuals from his own life, like Antoninus Pius and Junius Rusticus, and also wise historical figures, like Heraclitus, Socrates, and Diogenes the Cynic. The people we often admire have a fairly take-it-or-leave-it attitude toward bodily pleasures, such as food and drink, like the attitude Marcus attributed to Socrates and observed in Antoninus. They don't crave these pleasures or feel addicted to them. They place more value on their own character and integrity. On the other hand, they're able to enjoy pleasures in a healthy way within reasonable bounds, remembering that they are temporary and not wholly under our control. Again, it's enlightening to consider the double standard between the things you desire for yourself and the things you find admirable in others. Many people find the suggestion that they should abandon certain pleasures almost shocking at first. However, the same people often praise and admire others who exercise endurance or self-control and forego certain pleasures for the sake of wisdom and virtue. Epictetus used Socratic questioning to highlight this sort of contradiction, hidden from view in people's underlying values. Really seeing that two beliefs are incompatible can weaken one or both of them and help you clarify your core values. The two-column technique that involves listing the things you typically desire in your own life and comparing them to qualities you admire in other people can highlight inconsistencies between the two perspectives. What would happen if you started to desire more of the traits you admire in other people? For example, suppose you replaced your desire to eat chocolate, assuming you had one, with the desire to be a fairly self-disciplined person and make healthy choices more consistently. For Stoics, the supreme goal is always virtue rather than pleasure. However, healthy pleasures and even a deeper sense of joy may follow as the consequence of living in accord with virtue. Add healthier sources of joy. We saw earlier that Marcus mentions 3 sources of rational joy. The first and most important is the joy that Stoics experience by glimpsing their own progress towards wisdom and virtue, and thereby fulfilling their potential in life. In addition to replacing unhealthy habits with more intrinsically valuable activities, you can schedule beneficial activities every day. For example, you might set aside 10 minutes each day to write stories for your children. While that might not replace a bad habit, it does introduce a good one, if that's something that gives you a sense of fulfillment. It's like setting aside time each day to exercise the Stoic virtues and become more like the people you admire. What about the joy Marcus says we can obtain by contemplating the virtue of others? That's related to what we've been saying about modelling the attitudes and behaviours of others. You might want to set aside time to write down a description of the qualities you most admire in other people, as Marcus does in Book 1 of the Meditations, or visualise them in your mind's eye. Contemplating the virtues of people who are close to you may have the added benefit of helping you to improve your relationship with them. Also, how does thinking about the qualities you admire in others affect you, and how might you learn and benefit from this experience? Finally, remember what Marcus said about feeling gratitude instead of desire. In a sense, to desire something is to imagine having what you don't have, the presence of something that's absent. Gratitude, on the other hand, comes from imagining the absence of things that are currently present. What would it be like if you didn't have this? If we don't occasionally picture loss, reminding ourselves what life might be like without the things and people we love, we would take them for granted. Keep a journal of people and things that you're grateful for, perhaps also focusing on what you can learn from them. As Marcus says, though, it's important to do this in such a way that you don't end up becoming overly attached to external things. Stoics try to avoid that by reminding themselves that external things and other people are not entirely under our control. The wise man is grateful for the gifts life has given him, but he also reminds himself that they are merely on loan. Everything changes and nothing lasts forever. Epictetus told his Stoic students to imagine their guests at a banquet being handed a sharing plate, not greedily holding on to it and scoffing the lot, but politely taking an appropriate share and then handing the rest along. That's how Stoics think about life in general. They aim to be grateful for external things without becoming overly attached to them. We've now seen how the Stoics aspired to find happiness in healthy ways, through gratitude for the things they have, admiration for the strengths of others, or pride in their own ability to act with dignity, honour and integrity. Also, remember that for Stoics, ordinary pleasure and pain aren't good or bad, but merely indifferent. Their main concern is to avoid becoming hedonistic by placing too much value on physical pleasures, indulging in them and craving them excessively. A preference or light desire for pleasurable things and avoiding pain and discomfort is natural for Stoics, within reasonable bounds. We can apply some of the guidance they left us about how to master our desires today using the framework I described. Evaluate certain habits or desires rationally in terms of their consequences. Write down the long-term pros and cons of indulging in the habit versus overcoming it. Close your eyes and visualize a fork in the road representing two paths, picturing as vividly as you can first the future with unhealthy passions, then the future with wise actions in accord with reason. You can adapt the daily routine mentioned earlier to look like this. Number 1. Morning meditation. Think of the rising sun, the stars, and your small space within the whole cosmos. Mentally rehearse the key events of the day, imagining how Socrates, Zeno, Marcus Aurelius, or your own role model would cope with habits or desires. Picture how you plan to cope with any challenges and what inner resources or virtues you can employ. Number 2. During the day. Practice Stoic mindfulness by looking for early warning signs of the habits or desires you want to overcome. Try to catch them early and nip them in the bud. Pause and practice accepting any feelings of unease with Stoic indifference. Gain cognitive distance from your thoughts and refrain from acting on your feelings. Engage in healthy substitute behaviours instead, which contribute to a genuine sense of fulfilment. You could also keep a written log or tally of certain habits, as described in this chapter. And number 3, evening meditation. At the end of the day, review how well you fared in terms of acting in accordance with your values, that is, virtues. In relation to desires, consider what you did well, what you did badly, and what you could do differently tomorrow. If it helps, imagine answering these questions before a wise Stoic mentor or even a panel of sages, and consider what advice they might give you. Use what you learned to help prepare for the next day's morning meditation. As we'll see in the following chapters, you can adapt this basic Stoic routine and some of the same techniques to help you cope with other challenges in life, such as pain, anxiety, and anger. You'll therefore be learning to use similar techniques, but in a slightly different way.